Chapter 521, Spirit Rice Layout. After Master passed away, Joyi took his last will and asked us to help him cultivate the primordial Tao fruit. Joe and I were naturally unwilling and suggested splitting up the family, but Joyi cursed us as traitors. Then came the Long War, which was fueled by Zhao Xuankang and several other major sects in the eastern wilderness. After Mo Duguang finished speaking, Chen Mobai finally understood the matter of the five-element sect splitting up. If he truly sacrificed 60 years of his original spiritual power, then the other core formation cultivators of the five-element sect would certainly have no hope of reaching the nascent soul stage. For Zhou Shenking, a cultivator who could see even higher realms, this was something he would never agree to. No wonder they chose to separate. In this matter, it's hard to say who is right and who is wrong. Since he didn't know if Xuanxiao Dao Palace had any other tricks up its sleeve, Mo Duguang stayed at Shenmu sect for a while after finishing his tea. His residence was right in front of the longevity tree where Zhou Shenking was in seclusion, so he could also take the opportunity to sense the aura of a nascent soul cultivator. After the core formation ceremony concluded, Chen Mobai received a message from Zhuo Ming via the heavenly teleportation instrument. The Luo family. Chen Mobai was somewhat surprised after hearing this. If Luo Sankai had any sense, he should have known why he only chose Liu Jingxian for the ceremony. In order to establish a relationship with this core formation cultivator, Luo Sankai was quite shameless. You don't need to agree to his request, nor do you need to stop the Luo family from sending people into the Shenmu sect. If there is an opportunity in the future, it wouldn't be a bad idea for you or Wenbai to take Xuaner's nephews and nieces under your wing. After thinking it over, Chen Mobai made a decision. Although the young apprentice harbored resentment towards the family she was born into, she could not forget the kindness of the Luo family in the early stages of her growth and cultivation. Now that his youngest disciple has gone missing, as his master, he still has a responsibility to take care of the Luo family. After Zhuo Ming, Liu Wenbai also rushed over to report on the transaction of the spirit rice seedlings. At the end of the core formation ceremony, the Shenmu sect offered all the guests spiritual wine and spiritual rice from the Xiaonanchan lineage. There were 4 large vats of spirit wine, ranging from low-grade to high-grade second tier. The most precious vat was a spirit wine that was almost third tier, brewed from jade bamboo spirit rice. There are many more varieties of spirit rice. After all, Zhuo Ming has tried to hybridize hundreds of varieties over the past 20 years and has cultivated more than 10 second-tier varieties. However, the most suitable for large-scale cultivation is still the jade spirit rice. The self-service, free-flowing spirit wine and the use of spirit rice were quite novel to the foundation establishment cultivators in the eastern wilderness. The taste of the spirit wine, which far surpassed the quality of the eastern wilderness, instantly won over everyone. The sheer quantity of such unheard-of second-tier spirit rice greatly shocked all the forces in the eastern wilderness. Even among the major sects of the eastern wilderness, there isn't a complete method for cultivating and raising second-tier spirit rice. Shouldn't the Shenmu sect only have jade bamboo spirit rice? When they learned that this was the result of more than 20 years of hard work and experimentation by Chen Leiazu and his disciples, everyone was shocked by Chen Mobai's talent. Isn't he an unparalleled genius in swordsmanship? How can one's talent in spiritual plants be even more amazing than in swordsmanship? As expected of the Holy Son chosen by the ancient longevity cult. Just as everyone was marveling, Meng Hong added that Ancestor Chen was willing to sell these spirit rice seeds to any force or sect that was interested in planting them. The news sent everyone present into a frenzy of excitement. However, their rich experience taught them that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Just as they were waiting for the harsh conditions from the Shenmu sect, Liu Jingxian, who had already been instructed, immediately stepped forward and said that the Liu family wanted to buy rice seeds of flower rice from the Shenmu sect. This flower rice is a type of spiritual rice that can only be grown in paddy fields and spiritual soil. It is a failed product that Zhu Ming produced during his years of hybridization experiments on third-tier spiritual rice. However, although this spirit rice was a failure for Chen Mobai and Zhu Ming, it was almost priceless for the Liu family. Because their family's spiritual fields are all paddy fields, the jade sprout spiritual rice they grow on a daily basis sometimes swells up and dies due to the abundant water. After introducing this flower rice, their family's paddy fields will be fully developed and utilized, and they might even be able to grow second-tier spirit rice. Purchasing these seedlings does not require any spirit stone fees. All that is needed is to hand over 30% of the harvested seedlings to the Divine Wood sect when they mature. The right to use these rice seeds will be temporarily set at 10 years. If the Shenmu sect is not satisfied with the yield of the Liu family's flowering rice 10 years from now, it will choose to stop supplying seedlings. Everyone could tell that Liu Jingxian was a plant. Besides the Liu family, the most direct descendants of the Shenmu sect and the major families that established the nation had also received internal instructions and stepped forward to claim the most suitable spirit rice seedlings for their families. Those in the eastern wilderness who can cultivate to the foundation establishment realm are basically all shrewd and capable individuals. After careful consideration, they decided to observe for a few more years before making any decisions. Of course, there were also other families outside of Jiangyu who, after leaving Shenmu sect, secretly returned to try and bring back some seedlings. The Shenmu sect rejected all such offers. If you want to cooperate with their Shenmu sect, you must do so openly and honestly, so that everyone in the eastern wilderness knows about it. At first, the head of the Liu family in Yun Kingdom did not understand why, but on the way back, after hearing that Xuanxiao Dao Palace had once again sent people to attack Bayas Mountain in Yan Kingdom, he suddenly realized what was going on. The Divine Wood sect is trying to force them to choose sides. Once they accept the seedlings of the Divine Wood sect, then in the eyes of the people of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, they are clearly a vassal family of the Divine Wood sect. Fortunately, they were cautious. Otherwise, they would have been caught in the clash between the two major powers. If the Xuanxiao Dao Palace were to attack in the future, the Liu family might have been wiped out because of this. It wasn't just the Liu family patriarch who understood this. Those foundation establishment cultivators who were not tempted by the divine tree sects, spirit rice seedlings, were all glad that their Dao hearts were firm. 7 days later, Yue Zhudao, who was guarding Yan Kingdom, returned in person. Xuan Shu has reopened the southern Xuan sect. After hearing the news, Chen Mobai and the other two exchanged glances and breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Zhangju, the Grand Elder of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, is indeed reluctant to give up his lifespan. As long as the nascent soul cultivator doesn't come, we will have room to maneuver. Chen Mobai, and what about Zhao Xuankang? Yue Zhudao. Reporting to the ancestor, we have not yet seen Zhao Xuankang since the southern profound sect reopened. However, given his understanding of the eastern wilderness, it is impossible for him not to come. He is probably hiding behind the scenes, planning to cooperate with Xu and Shu, one in the open and one in the dark. Fu Zhangju. It's just that the original Nan Xuanjing has been replaced by Xu and Shu. The structure of Yan Kingdom and Xiao Kingdom remains unchanged. It's the same as before. If you encounter any shameless core formation cultivators who attack you, just abandon the territories of both countries and return to your sect. After discussing for a while, the three core formation cultivators quickly came to the decision to wait and see. Although the nascent soul cultivator from Xuanxiao Dao Palace didn't come, Xu and Shu was still considered one of the top core formation cultivators below the nascent soul level. If Chen Mobai hadn't used the purple lightning sword to force him away, he probably would have blocked Giant Wood Ridge all by himself long ago. For the Divine Wood sect, the most important task now is to protect Zhou Shenking's nascent soul formation. For this, they are willing to give up all the territory outside Giant Wood Ridge. Then I'll head back to Golden Light Cliff first. Call me if you need anything. After confirming that he had nothing to do with it, Mo Duguang immediately took the teleportation array and left Giant Wood Ridge. After seeing him off, Chen Mobai and Fu Zhangju immediately instructed Chu Zuoshu to convene a meeting of the 3 palaces and 12 departments to convey their instructions. Among these, the propagation of lingmi seedlings is considered to be of particular importance. This was Chen Mobai's first step in trying to change the eastern wilderness, but the reason he used it was to get the Foundation establishment forces outside the eastern wilderness divine would sect to side with them. Fu Zhangju and Chu Zuoshu even thought the plan was ingenious. Since this Shenmu sect assembly was Chen Mobai's first since he formed his core formation, everyone was well aware of its importance. In addition to the 3 palaces and 12 departments, the garrison commanders of various countries also rushed to the scene after receiving the news. Senior brother Yi, it's been a long time. After Yi Yun returned, while she was still thinking about how to get along with her former friend Chen Mobai, Yuan Che, who had returned earlier, came looking for her. Junior brother Yuan, I heard that Elder Chen recommended you to serve as the governor of Han Kingdom. Congratulations. Besides the powerful positions in the 3 halls and 12 departments, the most capable of gathering cultivation resources in the Shenmu sect is the governor who governs a country. Not at all, it's just that the sect has only just taken over the Rainbow Kingdom and hasn't yet gone through the specific selection process for guarding it, so Ancestor Chen asked me to guard it in my place. After this sect conference, perhaps a highly respected senior brother or sister will take my place. Yuan Che was very clear about his own capabilities. He was simply the most familiar with Chen Mobai among the Foundation establishment cultivators he had left behind in Yan Kingdom. Junior brother is too modest. Since Ancestor Chen has spoken up for you, no one among the 3 palaces and 12 departments will make things difficult for you in this matter. Compared to Yuan Che, Yi Yun had a much clearer understanding of the operating rules of the Shenmu sect system. The words of a core formation cultivator are everything. Although Chen Mobai had just formed his core, as a top-tier swordsman, his sword slashed Nan Xuanjing and his purple lightning repelled Xuan Shu, making him arguably the strongest warrior in the eastern wilderness. Unless Fu Zhangju voices his opposition, absolutely no one among the 3 halls and 12 departments of the Shenmu sect would dare to disobey Chen Mobai. The problem is that some of my senior brothers and sisters are not willing to accept this. Yuan Che said with a wry smile. Yi Yun thought for a moment and understood what he meant. Within the Divine Wood sect, there are still a few elders whose physical bodies have passed their peak years, but who have broken through to the late Foundation establishment stage. Their belief in forming their core surpasses all others. They usually gather in Yunmengs, hoping for a chance to form their core. After old ancestor Chen surpassed him and successfully formed his core, they all thought about how to attract the attention of this new ancestor. The fact that Yuan Che was acting as the garrison commander of Hongguo was a perfect excuse for them. Let's take it one step at a time. Although he knew Chen Mobai's character well, Yi Yun dared not use his own mind to speculate about core formation cultivators after the former formed his core. He could only say this to Yuan Che. At this moment, a Foundation establishment cultivator came to visit. Greetings, Senior Brother Yi and Senior Brother Yuan. They were very familiar with the newcomer. He was Liu Wenbai, Chen Mobai's eldest disciple. Back when he had just left Xiniating, he was one of their subordinates. At that time, Yi Yun felt that with Liu Wenbai's potential, he could probably only reach the level of a true disciple at most, and reaching the Foundation establishment stage was basically impossible. Unexpectedly, after becoming a disciple of Elder Chen, I am now at the same level as them. Junior Brother Liu, please have a seat. Yi Yun extended a very polite invitation, but Liu Wenbai shook his head and said something that made the two of them look serious. Master is in the courtyard of Shenmu City. He asked me to invite my 2 senior brothers over for a chat. Please lead the way, Junior Brother Liu. Yi Yun and Yuan Che dared not keep the core formation cultivators waiting for long, so they immediately followed Liu Wenbai to a familiar place. This courtyard was a benefit arranged by Yi Yun for Chen Mobai when he had just established his foundation. The three of them also drank a lot of wine here afterward. After entering the gate, they saw the back of a young man pointing at a green spirit tree in the courtyard. Beside the boy was a girl dressed as a village woman. The two seemed to be exchanging ideas about spiritual plant techniques. Greetings, Elder Chen, X2. After Yi Yun and Yuan Che arrived, they immediately bowed to Chen Mobai. There's no need for such formalities between the three of us. Although he couldn't change the custom in the heavenly river realm that seniority was determined by cultivation level, Chen Mobai still tried his best to follow the habits he had developed in the immortal sect since childhood when facing his own people. Zhuo Ming, who was standing nearby, immediately pointed to the ground, and the soil began to mold, instantly forming a round table and several stools. After Chen Mobai invited Yi Yun and Yuan Che to sit down, Liu Wenbai took out a large jar of jade bamboo spirit wine from the courtyard warehouse. My junior brother Chu told me a few days ago that he wants to go into seclusion to cultivate his core and wants to step down from his position as sect leader. After the three of them drank their first cup of wine, Chen Mobai said something that made Yi Yun and Yuan Che's expressions change drastically. Whom does the patriarch favor to succeed him? Yi Yun suppressed the pounding in his heart, put down his wine glass, and asked Chen Mobai. Of course I favor you, but your two opponents are simply too powerful. Zhou Wangshan has outstanding achievements, and senior brother Fu's disciple Hong is already in the late foundation establishment stage. Compared to them, even with my support, you have no advantage. When facing his friend Yi Yun, Chen Mobai spoke his mind directly. Because of the successful refinement of the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill, the time for Chu Zuoshu to abdicate and prepare for the formation of the elixir was more than 10 years earlier than originally planned. He examined Yi Yun's aura. Although he was already in the mid-foundation establishment stage, he was not really capable of becoming the sect leader. Please teach me, ancestor. End of this chapter. Chapter 522, the most rule following. Chapter 522, the most rule following. Chen Mobai was a man who always clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. Back when he was practicing qi cultivation, if Yi Yun hadn't killed the group of bandits from Nanshan, Chen Mobai probably wouldn't have been able to join the Shenmu sect so easily. After joining the sect, Yi Yun took good care of him, and Chen Mobai kept these kindnesses firmly in his heart. When the two were both at the foundation establishment stage, they were separated by two different countries and could not offer each other much help. Now that Chen Mobai has reached the core formation stage, he feels he can repay Yi Yun's kindness. If you want to become the sect leader, I will do everything in my power to help you. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yi Yun felt an unprecedented surge of emotion welling up from the bottom of her heart. In the heartless and ungrateful eastern wilderness, Yi Yun felt incredibly lucky to have met someone as loyal and righteous as Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai, I've already asked Hong. He's aiming for a higher realm and doesn't want to take up his cultivation time by becoming the sect leader before his cultivation hits a bottleneck. As the most recognized genius in the Divine Wood sect, second only to Chen Mobai in talent, Hong's goal was simply to reach the core formation stage. Therefore, when Chen Mobai asked, he clearly expressed his meaning. Chen Mobai, Zhou Wangshan is different. He is determined to get the position of sect leader. With senior brother Zhou's face, I can't say much. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun's face lit up slightly. In other words, I only have one opponent. Chen Mobai shook his head at this. Although Hong himself has no interest in the position of sect leader, as the direct disciple of senior brother Fu, the people of the punishment hall will support him to compete for the position of sect leader, and he cannot refuse. Hong was able to cultivate to such a level not only because of his outstanding talent, but also because of the great help he received from the Hall of Punishment. Even if Hong himself doesn't want to, this group of people will push him out to compete for the position of sect leader for their own benefit. The situation is now very clear. The Divine Tree Hall, the Hall of Punishment, and the Hall of Rewards each support one person, intending to promote their own to become the sect leader after Chu Zuoshu steps down. Among them, Chen Mobai, as a core formation cultivator, although he now wields immense power, still needs to consider the situation of Zhou Shenqing and Fu Zhangju, who are in seclusion. Although Chen Mobai was confident that as long as he took a firm stance, he could definitely push Yi Yun to the position of sect leader. However, this would sow the seeds of internal rifts and could even trigger a rebellious mentality among the more extreme members of the other two factions. In the event of setbacks in external wars, this could become the cause of internal strife and disaster. Of the three, you have the least chance of taking the position, while Hong has the greatest chance. However, Zhou Wangshan has made numerous military achievements over the past 10 years, making him the most meritorious among the Foundation establishment cultivators in the sect. He also has the support of the most powerful Divine Wood Palace and the Zhou family, so he can rival Hong. In comparison, although Yi Yun's years of guarding some markets in Yun Kingdom and Yunmeng Marsh have led to an increasing harvest of spirit stone resources for the sect in these areas, it is still far inferior to that of Hong He and Zhou Wangshan. Actually, I was aware of this before and applied to the sect to go to the front line, but unfortunately, I never received a transfer order from the sect. When Yi Yun got to this point, his face was also gloomy. He was not conscripted in the 3 wars recently launched by the Shenmu sect, but it was the same for Hong as well. The reason for this is obvious if you think about it. The Zhou family must have pulled some strings, putting their priority for being conscripted last. However, at that time, Hong and Ian were only at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. On that kind of battlefield, whether or not they were there would indeed not determine the outcome. Therefore, the upper echelons of the Shenmu sect, including Chu Zuoshu, pretended not to know about the Zhou family's arrangement. I can't blame them for acting within the rules. In this election for the sect leader of Shenmu sect, I will only help you within the sect's rules, and I will not break the rules for you, because the consequences would be too great. Chen Mobai will not forget his ideals, and will gradually improve the eastern wilderness with the rules of the immortal sect, turning this place into a small immortal sect. The core of the immortal sect is a tight legal network. Yi Yun, then how should I compete with my 2 senior brothers? Chen Mobai, I've thought and thought, but I still can't think of a way to elevate you to the same level as them in a short period of time. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yi Yun couldn't help but give a bitter smile, feeling that she had no hope. So I've decided to delay you for another 20 years. If 20 years isn't enough, then 60 years, 100 years, until your cultivation and achievements are on par with or even surpass those of Zhou Wangshan of the Red River. Just as Yi Yun raised his glass with a regretful expression, preparing to drown his sorrows in alcohol, Chen Mobai's words made him pause in surprise. What does this mean? The Zhou family. Although Zhou Shenqing's family has always kept a low profile, they are the undisputed #1 family in the Shenmu sect. Besides the 5 Foundation establishment cultivators in the family itself, at least half of the Foundation establishment cultivators in the 3 halls and 12 departments have received favors from Zhou Shenqing or the Zhou family. These people then extended their influence outwards, creating a dense network of connections that encompassed almost the entire Shenmu sect. Just by considering that both Meng Hong and Chu Zuoshu, the 2 successive leaders of the Shenmu sect, were disciples of Zhou Shenqing, one can imagine just how powerful the Zhou family was. It is precisely for this reason that Zhou Wangshan has always been full of confidence in becoming the head of the Shenmu sect. So what if Hong's cultivation level is higher? His contributions to the sect are meager, and he cannot compare to the one who risked his life in Yan Kingdom. Although the news of Chu Zuoshu's resignation came too suddenly, the Zhou family still managed to formulate a series of plans for Zhou Wangshan to compete for the leadership in the shortest possible time. The only variable in this plan is the core formation ancestor. Given Zhou Shenqing's seclusion, if Fu Zhangju and Chen Mobai don't agree, even if all 3 halls and 12 departments support Zhou Wangshan, he will find it difficult to rightfully become the sect leader. Will Elder Fu personally intervene for the sake of his disciple? Zhou Junjai, a foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhou family, said with some concern. No, as long as we don't go too far and win the election fairly, old Master Fu won't lose face for the sake of Hong. Although core formation cultivators wield immense power within a sect, the Divine Wood sect possesses 3 core formation cultivators. Fu Zongju is not yet a man of absolute authority, and given the prevailing circumstances, he certainly wouldn't risk his reputation for a mere sect leader position. The eldest elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Junxian, had a clear understanding of Fu Zongju because he and Fu Zongju were once equally famous. Unfortunately, he failed to form his core and was left with only a cripple, while Fu Zongju broke through the tribulation. The two were considered to have the best relationship as fellow disciples, and his analysis of Fu Zongju was met with nods of agreement from everyone. And what about old Master Chen? The Zhou family didn't know much about this newly promoted core formation ancestor of the Chen Mobai sect. Although they had heard of his reputation as a peerless sword genius, they felt that if he wanted to form a core, he would have to wait in line until after Chu Zuoshu. The Zhou family still has plenty of time to get along well with him. Who would have thought that in just over 20 years, before the Zhou family's foundation establishment cultivators had even turned their attention to Chen Mobai, the latter suddenly went out and successfully formed his core. That's so fast. When I was in Yan Kingdom, I followed Elder Chen through life and death several times, so I know him quite well. Elder Chen values rules the most. When marching and deploying troops, if anyone violates his orders, they will be executed without mercy. So as long as we follow the rules, he might even support me to become the sect leader. Zhou Wangshan spoke up. As the youngest foundation establishment cultivator in the Zhou family and the only direct descendant with the potential to form a core formation, his words carried weight second only to the Grand Elder. If that's the case, that would be best. The other foundation establishment cultivators in the Zhou family nodded in agreement, feeling that it was a sure thing that Zhou Wangshan would become the sect leader. Time quickly came to the day of the sect conference. Apart from the upper echelons of the 3 halls and 12 departments, all the foundation establishment cultivators who remained at Giant Tree Ridge, except those in seclusion, were summoned by the sect leader's decree. 42 foundation establishment cultivators sat solemnly and respectfully behind their respective desks, waiting for the event. After Chu Zuoshu, as the sect leader, finished bowing towards the 3 immortal trees, everyone stood up and shouted along with him. Welcome to the arrival of our ancestor. 2 vast beams of spiritual light shone from 2 of the long-lived trees, soaring into the sky in a very short time, approaching from afar, and landing above the divine tree palace before rushing straight into the hall. As the light faded, a handsome young man and a refined young boy emerged. It was Fu Zongju and Chen Mobai. Greetings, ancestor. Faced with the grand gesture of the 42 foundation establishment cultivators below, Chen Mobai gestured to Fu Zongju to invite him. The latter did not stand on ceremony and asked Chu Zuoshu to begin today's sect assembly. Due to the great war between our sect and the Yan Kingdom, our spirit stone treasury is empty, and budgets for all departments need to be cut. The alchemy department is preparing to refine foundation establishment pills for demon beasts. Many auxiliary ingredients need to be purchased from the major families of the eastern wilderness. If the budget is cut, the pills cannot be refined. Cutting other departments is fine, but the alchemy department cannot be cut. For the past 20 years, our spirit plant department has responded to Elder Chen's call to reclaim wasteland and plant spirit rice. Now, the manpower to take care of the medicinal and spirit fields is far from enough. We need to use a lot of spirit stones to hire sect disciples to take care of the spirit plants. If the budget is cut, wouldn't that jeopardize Elder Chen's overall spirit rice project? Absolutely not. The puppet department is repairing Elder Fu's purple sun puppet. Spirit Beast Department. Body Tempering Department. When the sect conference was held, Luo Zuer, the deputy hall master of the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence who was in charge of the sect's spirit stone pouch, was the first to step forward and proposed an internal cost-cutting plan based on what she had reported to Chen Mobai the night before. But as soon as she finished speaking, she was met with resistance from almost all departments. Moreover, the reasons given were either for the sake of the sect's overall interests or involved the two patriarchs mentioned above. The implication was that we shouldn't target them. Please, esteemed elders, understand that the sect's treasury only has enough spirit stones to distribute for 6 months. It is estimated that it will take 3.5 years of deficit to recover from the losses in commerce and mining and achieve a balance between income and expenditure. Logically speaking, a proposal that is collectively opposed by all departments should simply be rejected, but Luo Zhuo persisted and brought it up to the two core formation ancestors. In order to restrain the power of the 3 palaces and 12 departments, rejected proposals could be reported to the ancestor. But since the founding of the Shenmu sect, no one has ever done this. Everyone tacitly kept things under control so as not to trouble the core formation ancestor. Luo Zhuo's actions now show that the spirit stones in the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence are indeed exhausted, and she has no other choice. Besides spirit stones, what other resources are plentiful in a sect? Chen Mobai, who was seated on the right side of the head of the table, asked a question. Luo Zhuo, thanks to Ancestor Chen's grand plan for spiritual rice, the warehouse is now full of all kinds of spiritual rice. Chen Mobai, add a clause to the sect rules. If one receives spirit rice instead of the annual spirit stone stipend, 1/10 of that will be added as compensation. This statement was unanimously approved by everyone. Chu Zuoshu, who had received Chen Mobai's instruction, set an example as the sect leader by giving up his entire year's sect leader salary to help the sect overcome its difficulties. As soon as he said that, everyone below stared at him. If looks could kill, Chu Zuoshu would probably have been seen right through. This disciple is also willing to give up this year's spirit stones. The second one to speak was the Zhou king god. Then the foundation establishment cultivators from the Zhou family followed suit, their expressions excited, saying that not only 1 year, but the next 3 years would be no problem. The other foundation establishment cultivators finally understood why they had been summoned, but at this point, they could only express their helplessness. After this round of statements, only 6 of the 42 foundation establishment cultivators in the Divine Tree Hall remained unmoved, pretending not to hear. Chen Mobai and Fu Zhongju exchanged a glance, nodded, and said, "My fellow disciples have risked their lives for the sect. How can we let you spend more money? Let's write an IOU for the spirit stones first, and we'll exchange them when the sect recovers." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 6 foundation establishment cultivators who had not spoken changed slightly. But before he could even defend himself, Chu Zuoshu had already announced his intention to step down as the sect leader. This disciple wishes to attempt to break through to the core formation stage. I humbly request the 2 patriarchs' permission. The reason for the resignation of the 2 generations of sect leaders of Shenmu sect is this, and it is precisely for this reason that foundation establishment cultivators aiming for core formation all think about becoming sect leader. Can? Fu Zhongju nodded. Reporting to the 2 patriarchs after I step down, the sect cannot be without a leader for even a day. The young and promising Zhou Wangshen, who guards the Zhao kingdom, has made outstanding contributions and can succeed me as the sect leader. As Zhou Shenking's disciple, Chu Zuoshu still intended to repay the Zhou family's favor at the last moment by recommending Zhou Wangshen to become the sect leader. As soon as he said this, more than half of the foundation establishment cultivators in the Divine Wood Palace, along with the Zhou family and the alchemy department, supported Zhou Wangshen. Upon seeing this scene, Quan Shanlin, the deputy hall master of the punishment hall who had originally intended to recommend Hong to compete with Zhou Wangshen, couldn't help but sigh, feeling that the situation was hopeless. Junior nephew Zhou is still too young. I think there is someone more suitable to become the sect leader under the current circumstances. Suddenly Chen Mobai spoke. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhongju's expression changed slightly. As he pondered whether to stop Chen Mobai from forcing his way in, the latter stood up and walked to the position of sect leader. End of this chapter. Chapter 523, The First Decree of the New Policy. Chapter 523, The First Decree of the New Policy. At this unprecedented time for our sect, I feel that I am very suitable to become the sect leader and lead the sect through this special era. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, everyone stared at him in shock. In the eastern wilderness, cultivators have always prioritized cultivation above all else. Therefore, core formation cultivators never become sect leaders, as it would greatly hinder their cultivation. The reason why foundation establishment cultivators are so enthusiastic about this is because it is an unspoken rule among the major sects in the eastern wilderness. If you want to obtain the sect's core formation resources, you must pay the sect a certain amount of time. For example, the two leaders of the Chen Mobai sect, Meng Hong and Chu Zuoshu, both received the full support of Zhou Shenqing and Fu Zhanju. Chen Mobai, already a core formation cultivator, taking on the role of sect leader, was seen by the eastern wilderness as a waste of his own time and effort for the sect. So when he said that, it immediately shocked everyone. If Elder Chen is willing to condescend, then naturally no one is more suitable than you. After a moment of stunned silence, Chu Zuoshu was the first to react and immediately bowed to Chen Mobai with the utmost respect as a sect leader. Greetings, sect leader Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, the other foundation establishment cultivators in the Divine Wood Palace also realized what was happening. Seeing that Fu Zhanju showed no sign of speaking, everyone followed Chu Zuoshu to pay their respects to the new sect leader. Yi Yunyuan and Kai Yi, who already knew this, were also deeply moved, feeling that old ancestor Chen was truly a man of integrity. Of all those present, only King Zhou had the most complex feelings. But if a core formation ancestor wanted to become the sect leader, even Zhou Shenqing wouldn't refuse. Which sect leader in the entire eastern wilderness is a core formation cultivator? From now on, at least from the perspective of the sect leader, their Chen Mobai sect is undoubtedly the number one in the eastern wilderness. I have no attachment to the position of sect leader. It's just that there are no reliable people in the sect with cultivation levels like junior nephew Meng and junior nephew Chu right now, so I'm going to work hard for now. When junior nephew Hong, junior nephew Zhou, junior nephew Ian, or other foundation establishment cultivators can meet the standards of sect leader, I will naturally step down and give way to the more capable ones. Hearing Chen Mobai's words, Zhou Wangshan felt a little better. The core formation ancestor had made a promise in front of so many people, so he still had a chance to succeed as sect leader. In fact, this is a good thing for him, because his cultivation level is inferior to Hong's. Even if he forcibly ascended to the position of sect leader today, many people would not accept it. They felt that he was only relying on Zhou Shenqing and the Zhou family. Now that ancestor Chen has taken over as sect leader, as long as he improves his cultivation during this period and reaches the late foundation establishment stage, even if he is not as good as Hong, he will be able to rightfully claim the position. May I ask Elder Chen, what standards do you think should be set for the position of sect leader? At this moment, Zhou Zhengxian, the eldest elder of the Zhou family, asked a question. He had seen through something and felt that Chen Mobai was buying time for Yi Yun. If Chen Mobai continues to sit in the position of sect leader and does not step down, the lifespan of a core formation cultivator will be enough to wear them all down to their coffins. So, for the sake of the Zhou family, he still dared to step forward and ask a question. After hearing this, Chen Mobai smiled slightly and said what he had already thought of. It just so happens that the criteria for selecting the sect leader have always been vague, which is not conducive to mobilizing the enthusiasm of the sect's cultivators. I'll decide on one today. The position of sect leader is a matter of face. The cultivation level must be at least at the late foundation establishment stage, and the age cannot exceed 100 years, so that after abdication, the physical body is still at its peak and can attempt to break through to the core formation stage. Secondly, the sect leader must have made contributions to the sect. I feel that the previous contribution of 100,000 was too little. From now on, let's raise it to 200,000. Upon hearing this, Everyone's face twitched slightly, but no one dared to object. Finally, the sect leader must be a capable person. I propose that the garrison commanders of the 6 other kingdoms besides Jiangguo be nominated as candidates for sect leader. Previously, the sects guarded various countries to accumulate seniority or to use the sect's name to collect resources from families in various places. They didn't really develop the resources properly. From now on, each garrison commander should manage their territory as if it were a small sect. If the administration is efficient and the people are harmonious, then it means that they will have no problem becoming the sect leader and ruling the 7 kingdoms in the future. Of course, if you want to do things, you can't do them without enough power. From now on, your position in guarding your respective territories and kingdoms will be second only to the sect leader and the 3 great halls, and above the 12 tribes. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, the ministers and deputy ministers of the 12 departments below became somewhat anxious. For no apparent reason, 6 more people suddenly appeared above them. Even though this right only applies within the territories of the 6 kingdoms, it still makes them feel uncomfortable. Ancestor, if in the future I am ordered by you to go to Yun Kingdom to collect a kind of herb, and then the Yun Kingdom's governor orders me to refine a kind of pill for him, should I refine it or not? Zheng Woyu from the alchemy department was a straightforward person, and he immediately stood up and said that this approach would not work. Nephew Zheng is right. Let's make them equal to the 12 tribes, each guarding their own territory, and they can be on equal footing with you ministers. What do you say? Chen Mobai referenced the system of the immortal sects, where the city lords of blessed lands and grotto heavens possess a high degree of autonomy. Within the immortal sects, only the counselors of the Kaiyuan Hall and the hall masters and deputy hall masters of the 3 main halls can command them. However, since the Shenmu sect only has 3 core formation cultivators, they need to make some adjustments based on local conditions. If Chu Zuoshu had proposed this motion, all 12 ministries would have rejected it unanimously. A mere town guard, barely qualified to enter the 12 divisions, how did he suddenly rise to the same level as them? The increased authority of the garrison, while the 3 main halls remain supreme, implies a weakening of the authority of the 12 departments. This simple logic is easy to understand. They wanted to object, but the current sect leader was a core formation ancestor. I will obey the sect leader's orders. After some hesitation, Fu Zhangju still showed no sign of speaking, so the foundation establishment cultivators of the 12 divisions had no choice but to unanimously pass the proposal. In that case, the positions of the garrison commanders become extremely important. Apart from the garrison commanders of the newly established kingdoms, let's renegotiate the positions of the other 6 kingdoms. There are 2 reasons why Chen Mobai did not move to Jiangguo to guard the city. Firstly, the sect is located here. If it were given the power to guard the area, there would definitely be a lot of friction with the 12 tribes, and in that case, it would be troublesome for him, the sect leader. Secondly, it was to avoid suspicion, lest people think he wanted to use this opportunity to promote his apprentice, Zhu Ming. This disciple was previously the garrison commander of the Xiao Kingdom, and is now willing to continue in this role, protecting the borders of the sect and fighting against the Nangshuan sect. Zhou Wangshan stepped forward without hesitation. In fact, he originally wanted to choose Lei Kingdom because the country had been ruled by Shenmu sect for nearly 100 years, and governing it would be a piece of cake. However, this would prevent him from demonstrating his superior governing skills, and he also couldn't use the Southern Xuan sect to accumulate merits and achievements. Therefore, after some consideration, he decided to choose the Xiao Kingdom, a country he had been cultivating for 10 years and which had a solid foundation. I always strive for fairness and impartiality in my work. This matter also requires all foundation establishment cultivators in the sect to have a chance. You should convey my proposal today to the other cultivators who are not in the sect. They, and even you, if they have the same intention, can also participate in the election. A month later, all foundation establishment cultivators in the sect will vote to determine the positions of the 6 kingdoms' guardians. Chen Mobai's words shocked everyone present. This matter can be decided by the sect leader and Elder Fu. Chu Zuoshu stepped forward somewhat nervously and said, "If there is a tie or something that goes beyond the rules, Senior Brother Fu and I will make the decision. For the rest, we still need you to play your part." The confidence of a core formation cultivator lies in their own cultivation level, and Chen Mobai and Fu Zhangju didn't care about these things at all. Moreover, to put it bluntly, if they wanted to support someone, all they had to do was ask, and at least half of the Foundation establishment cultivators in the Divine Wood sect would choose that person. The Foundation establishment cultivators inside the Divine Wood Palace all had different thoughts and left with inexplicable glances. Some of the ministers of the 12 ministries were even considering whether they should give up their current positions to compete for the position of governor of a country. Those cultivators who have reached the Foundation establishment stage and achieved higher levels are all quick-witted individuals, because they saw a glimmer of hope for achieving the core formation stage. After leaving the Divine Tree Palace, the Foundation establishment cultivators from their familiar circles gathered at their usual meeting place and began to discuss the matter. "Junior brother, you are a genius. If you focus on cultivation, it will be more beneficial to the sect." After the sect meeting ended, only Chen Mobai and Fu Zhangju remained in the Divine Wood Hall. The latter offered the former a word of advice. "Don't worry, senior brother. The affairs of the sect will not affect my cultivation. Moreover, when a talent like junior nephew Chu appears in the next generation, I will hand over the sect with peace of mind." Chen Mobai's words make sense. The leaders of the major sects in the Eastern Wilderness are basically all at the peak of Foundation establishment, and the next best are at the late stage of Foundation establishment. If Zhou Wangshan were to become the leader, the uninformed small-scale cultivators would probably think that their Shenmu sect had no successor. In that case, I'll leave the sect's affairs to you, junior brother. I'll continue my study of the puppetry techniques of Mount Rocco. For Fu Zhangju, the Shenmu sect was becoming less and less helpful, while it was the core formation cultivators who were supporting and sustaining the sect. Therefore, Chen Mobai's willingness to manage it is actually a good thing for him. Soon, the news that Chu Zuoshu had stepped down and Chen Mobai had taken over as sect leader had already spread throughout the Shenmu sect. Many Qi cultivation disciples have only one feeling about this change. They feel more confident when they go out, because their sect leader is a core formation ancestor, one of a kind in the entire Eastern Wilderness. For the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Divine Wood sect, the proposal to elect a sect leader caused a huge uproar. "Junior brother Yan, are you really going to run for the position of garrison commander?" Ku Kanjai, the head of the body tempering department, looked at the bronze-skinned, resolute-faced young man who had just reached the Foundation establishment stage, and was both surprised and delighted. "Senior brother Ku, I want to form my core. Although there are plenty of spirit stones here, the best I can do in this life is to outlive you and take charge of a sect. Now there is a better path, and I want to try it." The bronze-skinned youth was named Yan Yuanhao. He had just celebrated his 80th birthday, and his cultivation level was already at the peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage. His other role is the deputy director of the physical training department. The great battle between Yan Kingdom and Nangshuan sect was a scene that left a deep impression on him. It was when he led the cultivators of the body tempering department to fight bloody battles on the front line and was on the verge of death that Chen Mobai rode the purple lightning and thunder to turn into sword light and kill Nangshuan Jing. After surviving the battlefield and witnessing the power of core formation, Yan Yuanhao deeply yearned for this realm. Now, there is a legitimate opportunity for fair competition, and Yan Yuanhao is willing to give up his future in the body tempering department just to fight for a chance. Not only Yan Yuanhao, but also the deputy ministers of the talisman-making department and the array formation department made the same decision. There are also inspectors and supervisors from the 3 main halls, and so on. Within the Divine Wood sect, all Foundation establishment cultivators who held the belief in core formation were inspired with the utmost enthusiasm under Chen Mobai's first decree of the new policy. Of course. Take care, senior brother Mu. I'll find an opportunity to speak when Master summons me. After seeing off yet another Foundation establishment cultivator from a sect who had come to pay their respects, Liu Wenbai couldn't help but scratch his head. He hadn't quite anticipated the significance of his status as Chen Mobai's top disciple. During this period, almost all the Foundation establishment cultivators within the divine Wood sect whom the sect did not know sent messages of greeting using the heavenly communication instrument. The same applies to Zhuo Ming's side. However, Zhuo Ming is not fond of socializing, and since she is a female cultivator, many people are hesitant to visit her directly. Liu Wenbai was different. He was in charge of Zion and Shampoo, and basically everyone had his contact information. People who asked him to meet them couldn't refuse. So after Chen Mobai took over as the sect leader, he didn't have a single free day. Many people wanted to show their loyalty to Chen Mobai through Liu Wenbai. They believed that as long as the sect leader appointed him as the garrison commander, he would do whatever the sect leader said in the future. Unfortunately, Chen Mobai doesn't need such loyalty, and although Liu Wenbai is a kind-hearted person, he wouldn't actually tell Chen Mobai about such things. Seeing that his teleportation device kept ringing without stopping, Liu Wenbai sighed, left a message for Chen Mobai, packed up, and then, under the pretext of managing Zion Ancient shop and taking the opportunity to go back to his hometown in Yun Kingdom to help his family plant flowering rice, he took the teleportation array and left Jumu Ridge overnight. The next day, Chi Rui, who came to visit Liu Wenbai, looked at the out sign hanging on the door with a troubled expression. 3 years ago, he successfully established his foundation by taking the foundation establishment pill left by Chen Mobai. Over the years, he had always wanted to thank him in person, but unfortunately, he had been outside the sect due to other matters. After learning from the sect's message that Chen Mobai had achieved core formation and taken over as sect leader, Chi Rui was shocked and quickly completed his task, rushing back to Giantwood Ridge. Chen Mobai's current status is different from before. After Chi Rui finished his mission at Lingbao Pavilion, he went straight to Liu Wenbai, hoping to get his help to pay him a visit. Unfortunately, Liu Wenbai slipped away first. Helpless, Chi Rui could only go to Zion Ancient, but found that Zhuo Ming was not there either. Hey, isn't this junior brother Chi? Just as Chi Rui was thinking of going to Zai Jinghuo to find out what was going on, a familiar voice called out to him. Looking back, I saw Yan Jinai from the alchemy department. Chi Rui had met her several times when Chen Mobai gathered everyone for a wine tasting. Are you looking for junior sister Zhuo? That's really unfortunate. She was taken to Black Cloud Mountain by sect leader Chen today. End of this chapter. Chapter 524, Transplanting the Immortal Peach Tree. Chapter 524, Transplanting the Immortal Peach Tree. Yan Jinai is Zhuo Ming's best friend within the sect. Before Zhuo Ming established her foundation, the two often discussed various new methods of brewing spirit wine together. This time, Zhuo Ming was taken by Chen Mobai to Black Cloud Mountain to transplant that third-tier immortal peach tree. So Yan Jinai was asked to come and help take care of some precious spiritual plants on Little South Mountain. Although most of the spiritual fields in Zion Ancient are planted with various kinds of spiritual rice, there is a Tao Enlightenment white tea plant that Chen Mobai brought from the immortal sect. This is a new type of tea created by Wenren Zhu to recreate the Enlightenment tea. Her best one is already a third-grade superior tea, and the one she gave to Chen Mobai can at least be cultivated to a third-grade tea. During the years that Chen Mobai was in the core formation stage, Zhuo Ming used the supernatural power of the all-things spiritual connection to combine this enlightened white tea with the spiritual energy of the earth veins of Zion and Mountain. Not only was the transplant successful, but it was also growing vigorously. With abundant spiritual energy and the most suitable growing environment, this enlightened white tea has reached a critical point of transformation. Once this hurdle is overcome, the tea produced each year will be of the second grade. Although Zhuo Ming knew from his investigation with the spiritual insight of all things that the transformation process would take another 6 months, the tea seed was too precious, so he asked Yan Jinai to come and help take care of it before he left. When Qi Rui arrived, he didn't try to hide his presence. Yan Jinai, who was helping to look after the house, immediately noticed him and came out to greet him. The two, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, started chatting at the foot of the mountain. Although I thought Ancestor Chen was incredibly talented, I never expected him to become the third core formation cultivator of my divine wood sect. They naturally brought up Chen Mobai, a young rogue cultivator they had met on Qingguang Island. Qi Rui was filled with emotion and admiration for him. An unintentional act of kindness resulted in the acquisition of an invaluable foundation establishment pill, which was a life-saving grace for Qi Rui, who had been somewhat disheartened after failing to establish his foundation. Old Ancestor Chen possesses the inheritance of the supreme holy land, yet he does not hoard it. If it weren't for his guidance on how to resolve the poison, my cultivation would not have progressed so quickly. Yan Jinai was the same. The spirit essence method taught to her by Chen Mobai greatly increased her success rate in alchemy. Although she no longer takes pills to improve her cultivation because of Chen Mobai's teachings, she refines and sells them to obtain the cultivation resources she needs, and is now at the peak of the early foundation establishment stage. Among those who reached the foundation establishment stage in the same year, he was only second to Chen Mobai and Hong, who were vying for the position of sect leader. As the two chatted, they saw a pale red cloud of smoke on the horizon, like a fiery sunset sweeping across the sky and rushing toward them. Just as the two of them were looking on in surprise, they suddenly discovered that the protective array of Giant Tree Ridge had not blocked them at all, and had even opened a gap, allowing the fiery cloud to pour in. "Oh, Brother Qi is here too, let's catch up in a bit." A familiar voice rang in his ears. Qi Rui looked up and saw Chen Mobai standing above the misty clouds. Chen Mobai pushed the crimson cloud mist magic artifact to its limit, transforming it into a massive red cloud mixed with pale blue water vapor, carrying a dragon-like peach tree as it flew towards the summit of Zionan Mountain. A streak of earthy yellow light descended from the misty clouds, and it was Zhuo Ming. Chen Mobai had been eyeing this third-tier immortal peach tree from Black Cloud Mountain for a long time. Now that his cultivation was sufficient, and Zhuo Ming's spiritual plant cultivation skills were also highly developed, the master and disciple took immediate action. After uprooting the immortal peach tree from Black Cloud Mountain, Chen Mobai brought it back to Giant Tree Ridge as quickly as possible. "Senior Sister Yan, please lend a hand." After Zhuo Ming landed on the crimson clouds and mist, he immediately waved to Yan Jinai, who came over right away. The two of them poured 2 large buckets of premixed spiritual water around the pit on the mountaintop that had been cleared in advance. Then, Chen Mobai used his immense strength to slowly lower the thick, gnarled peach tree, which landed with perfect precision in the center of the pit. After completing all this, Zhuo Ming used the Earth Mother technique to connect the Earth's spiritual energy with the immortal peach tree. Transplanting a complete Tier 3 spiritual plant is a huge burden for Zionan, since the spiritual vein here has only managed to maintain its Tier 3 level after several attempts to cultivate spiritual fields. However, precious spiritual plants can grow and thrive together with spiritual veins. This immortal peach tree is the reason why Black Cloud Mountain has a third-tier spiritual vein. It is because it suppresses the Earth's veins and gathers spiritual energy. It was for this reason that Chen Mobai decided to transplant the immortal peach tree intact to Zionan Mountain, rather than turning it into a spiritual plant seed and incorporating it into his golden core realm. The planting technique obtained from the talent tree can transform mature spiritual plants into seeds, ensuring successful transplantation. However, it takes a long time to slowly activate the energy contained within the seeds, eventually allowing them to grow back to their original grade. This transplant of the immortal peach tree was the most original whole tree transplant, in order to suppress the spiritual energy and enhance the spiritual veins of Zionan. the source of the spiritual veins of Giant Tree Ridge, was once suppressed by true Lord Yiyuan using 3 immortal trees, which helped him to master the art of immortality. After the primordial ancestor found this place and broke the seal on the spiritual vein, the spiritual energy began to spread throughout the entire Giant Tree Ridge, creating the second largest medicinal field in the eastern wilderness, as well as the divine tree sect. However, the diffusion of spiritual energy varies, with some reaching the 4th level and others only the 3rd level. Xian'anchen was originally a 4th-order mountain, but unfortunately, after it was developed into a vast spiritual field for planting spiritual rice, the spiritual energy here was dispersed and diluted. Previously, Chen Mobai used this place as his cultivation ground, and he was relatively restrained in developing the spiritual fields. He even took the initiative to gather spiritual energy to enhance the spiritual veins. However, after he moved to the Longevity Wood Dojo, Zhuo Ming, following his instructions, used most of the spiritual energy to supply the 3rd-tier spiritual fields, causing the spiritual energy concentration of Xiaonan Mountain to decrease. Chen Mobai still had feelings for this place. It could be said that the most beautiful memories of the 4 of them, master and disciples, were here. So, after learning about this, he immediately took Zhuo Ming to Black Cloud Mountain. After the peach tree falls to the top of the mountain, it becomes Zhuo Ming's domain. She reached out and touched the rough bark. Strands of pure earth energy surged from all parts of Xian'anchen, slowly coming into contact with the slender roots of the peach tree, gradually merging and blending together. The blue and yellow light intertwined continuously, eventually becoming one. After an unknown amount of time, Zhuo Ming opened her eyes, slightly out of breath. Reporting to Master, the transplant has been successful. However, the soil of Xiaonan Mountain is different from that of Haiyun Mountain. This immortal peach tree is still adapting. The fruit that will ripen in the next 2 or 3 times may not reach the 3rd grade standard. After listening, Chen Mobai looked at the immortal peach tree, whose spirituality was indeed much weaker than before, nodded, and opened his golden core realm. A jet-black object, neither stone nor flesh, flew out of thin air and landed in front of everyone. Just as Zhuo Ming and the others were wondering what was going on, Tai Sui had already used earth magic to land at Chen Mobai's feet and gently rubbed against his trouser leg. "I'll need your help a bit." Chen Mobai reached out and touched the Tai Sui, then used his divine sense to convey a message to it. The latter immediately nodded, transformed into a beam of yellow light, and burrowed into the soil at the base of the immortal peach tree. Soon after, the soil began to turn slightly black. Zhuo Ming, who was practicing the Earth Mother technique, felt that the earth energy of most of Xian'anchen was beginning to surge towards this side, and the spiritual energy in the world was also being absorbed and transformed into a higher level of earth elemental power by this black soil. This earth elemental energy was not directly poured into the peach tree, but rather filled the soil around its roots. Each time the immortal peach tree absorbs a stream, another stream flows into the empty gap. This Tai Sui is an earth elemental spiritual object. The place where it is located is the most suitable treasure land for cultivating earth elemental spiritual power. Moreover, it can transform the earth's energy and spiritual energy into the gentlest earth elemental power to nourish the growth of various spiritual plants. These characteristics make this Tai Sui the best fusion agent for refining high-grade pills. In addition, it is also a natural spiritual field. Covering the top of Xiaonan Mountain is equivalent to a 3rd-grade high-quality spiritual field, which allows the immortal peach tree to adapt more quickly when there is sufficient earth elemental energy. This thing is most suitable for you. I will teach you how to use and control it. Cultivate it well in the future. If you can cultivate it to the 4th level, I will reward you handsomely. After introducing the Tai Sui he had obtained from the desolate land, Chen Mobai created a branch in the contract, allowing Zhuo Ming to also control it. After all, this Tai Sui is a 3rd-tier being. Ordinary foundation establishment cultivators would only be able to be easily defeated if they encountered it. Such a wondrous object exists in the world. Yan Jinai, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but marvel upon hearing this. She looked at the black soil on the mountaintop after it had been infused with the Tai Sui. The peach tree that had been somewhat withered because it had just been transplanted, there was now visibly much more energetic, with its branches stretching out and actively absorbing the nearby moisture and spiritual energy. This scene made both her and Zhuo Ming's eyes light up. This is a portable, third-tier spirit field. If you encounter any extremely rare medicinal herbs outside in the future, you can transplant them directly on the spot. Moreover, for Yan Jinai, an alchemist, this thing is a treasure for alchemy. Yes, master. Seeing Zhuo Ming happily accept the Tai Sui contract, Yan Jinai watched with envy, wishing she could also be Chen Mobai's apprentice. This is the essence of Tai Sui, containing abundant earth elemental power. You should know better than your master how to use it. As Chen Mobai spoke, he took out the black liquid he had collected earlier from his storage bag and handed it to Zhuo Ming. After taking it, Zhuo Ming said that with this, it would take about a month to help the Enlightenment white tea successfully transform and advance. Among the rice varieties brought by junior sister Zuding is a type of Huangya spirit rice, which has extremely high requirements for the earth's energy. If grown in the spirit fields of Zion and Mountain, the rice ears may shrivel. I used this liquid to dilute and mix a kind of spirit material, which may be able to improve this rice variety. Although the weather in the snow country is cold, there is a large area of extremely fertile black soil. This black soil is not very good for growing medicinal herbs, but it is extremely suitable for growing spirit rice. It was precisely because of this that, after obtaining the seedlings and cultivation methods of fire spirit rice from Zion Ancient, Chuixu Palace solved the problem of self-sufficiency in this type of spirit rice in less than 10 years. The 5 grains of rice that Zuding brought this time all have high requirements for the soil's energy, with Huangyaling rice being the highest. Zhuo Ming had been worried about how to solve this problem before, but after obtaining Tai Sui, he instantly had an idea. Brother Qi, it's been a long time. After Zhuo Ming and the envious Yan Jinai went to try the Tai Sui juice, only Chen Mobai and Qi Rui remained. The former greeted them naturally, while the latter was somewhat reserved. Greetings, Elder Chen. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai knew that the pure friendship they had shared on Qingguang Island might never return. He sighed inwardly, knowing that this was the norm. As one's cultivation level increases, one becomes increasingly isolated. That's why he hopes that among his friends, someone can accompany him on his journey. Jinghuo is also in the sect. We haven't seen him in a long time. Let's invite him over and have a drink together. Chen Mobai smiled and took out the Tangxiani to call Zai Jinghuo. At least for now, his friends were still by his side. Before long, Zai Jinghuo flew over, bringing with him the Marquis of Qi. Senior brother Zhang Deming has also returned to the sect. He lamented to his grandfather that he was too old to compete for the position of guardian. After a few rounds of drinks, Zai Jinghuo mentioned someone. It was Zhang Deming, the Foundation establishment cultivator who guarded Qingguang Island in Yunmeng Marsh 20 years ago, who was already in the late Foundation establishment stage. He had come back specifically to vote after hearing about the policy of electing the sect leader. Zhang Deming's cultivation level was among the top in the sect's Foundation establishment stage. Unfortunately, because he was a rogue cultivator, he couldn't get close to the lineage of the 2 core formation ancestors in the Divine Wood sect. Therefore, he could only keep going to Yunmeng Marsh to collect resources for his cultivation. However, he had a good relationship with Zai Yisheng, who was the one who vouched for him and brought him into the Shenmu sect. Senior brother Zheng said that if you had been the sect leader when the family split up, he would definitely not be less accomplished than senior brother Meng and senior brother Chu now. Zai Jinghuo's attitude towards Chen Mobai was relatively calm. Although she was somewhat respectful, she still treated him as a friend and spoke to him casually. Ha ha ha, it's my fault for arriving in this eastern wilderness too late. Amidst loud laughter, Chen Mobai raised his wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. After a few drinks, Qi Rui adjusted his mindset and formally approached Chen Mobai, offering him a toast. Thank you. Those two short words contained all his emotions. Chen Mobai smiled and clinked glasses with him, and the moment the wine went down his throat, he felt as if his body had become lighter. It's like a layer of cause and effect that was originally binding you has been removed, putting an end to a worry in your heart. A month passed quickly. All the foundation establishment cultivators of the divine wood sect who were able to return to the sect did so. Chen Mobai officially succeeded to the position of the third-generation sect leader of the Shenmu sect, and the hall master of the reward hall right in front of them. Greetings, sect leader. On this day, not only foundation establishment cultivators, but also all chi refining cultivators and many mortals within Giant Wood Ridge paid their respects to Chen Mobai as sect leader. It was on this very day that the spiritual veins of Giant Wood Ridge began to fluctuate violently. Zhou Shenking took the first step in breaking through the core and forming a nascent soul. End of this chapter. Chapter 525, Pure Yang Refining Demon. Chapter 525, Pure Yang Refining Demon. As Zhou Shenking formed his nascent soul, the spiritual energy of most of Giant Tree Ridge began to converge on his location. After condensing and becoming dense, it transformed into drops of clear spiritual dew. Under the sunlight, these drops shimmered with multicolored light and gently fell onto the everlasting tree where he was located. Each drop was equivalent to the essence of a spirit stone, but after falling into the area where Zhou Shenking was, it was like rain falling into a great river, only causing a slight ripple. Fu Zhangju carried all the puppet books he had brought from Liujia Mountain to the sacred tree where Zhou Shenking was in seclusion, where he both sensed the process of nascent soul formation and guarded it. After finishing dealing with the voting matters in the town, Chen Mobai also rushed over. The process of forming a nascent soul can last anywhere from 1 or 2 months to 2 or 3 years, depending on the cultivator's foundation. I will stay here and guard the sect. I will leave the rest to junior brother Chen. Fu Zhangju was referring to the nascent soul formation insights left by the primordial ancestor. If a cultivator's foundation is weak, the core shattering step can be completed quickly, but the nascent soul transformation step will fail due to a lack of sufficient vital energy. However, if the foundation of the golden core is too solid, it will fail at the step of breaking the core. However, in comparison, many cultivators in the heavenly river realm try their best to solidify their foundation. After all, a weak foundation will inevitably lead to failure, while a deep foundation will always find a way to break through the elixir and achieve enlightenment. When a cultivator forms their nascent soul, their foundation is largely established during the core formation stage. Further growth requires extremely rare and precious natural treasures. Since Zhou Shenking dared to attempt nascent soul formation, his foundation must be quite good. However, this is only the method of forming a nascent soul in the heavenly river realm. Although the immortal sects have not studied the nascent soul formation process as thoroughly as they have studied foundation establishment and core formation, their methods are still far more detailed than those here. Compared to the shattering of the golden core to form a nascent soul in the heavenly river realm, the formation of a nascent soul in the immortal sect is more gradual. They use cultivation techniques and elixirs to slowly dissolve the golden core over a long period of time, nurturing and cultivating the nascent soul. The myriad woods formation has been activated. I hope that during the time when senior brother Joe is forming his nascent soul, things won't turn out the same as when junior nephew Meng was forming his core. As Chen Mobai spoke, a faint, clear light shone above Giant Tree Ridge, transforming into a light shield that spread outwards. When the nascent soul is formed, the spiritual energy of the entire Giant Tree Ridge will converge here. It is best for the other cultivators of the sect not to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation during this period of time, so as to avoid any accidents. At this moment, Fu Zhangju remembered something recorded in his nascent soul cultivation manual and gave it a special instruction. Oh, is that so? Chen Mobai really didn't know, because no matter which major realm they broke through, the immortal sects would have independent cultivation rooms and spiritual energy supplies, so there was no need to worry about this problem at all. As he spoke, he closed his eyes and began to try to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him. Sure enough, he discovered that the spiritual energy that he used to be able to easily absorb and refine into pure yang spiritual power was now like a slippery fish in water, requiring a great deal of mental effort to control and absorb into his body. If even a core formation cultivator like him has such difficulty refining the spiritual energy of Giant Tree Ridge, then the foundation establishment and chi refining cultivators below him must be even more astounded. If this were to happen suddenly while in seclusion, there is a high chance of an accident due to the surge of spiritual energy. Chen Mobai immediately fulfilled his duty as the sect leader, taking out the Tangshan instrument and instructing the 3 halls and 12 departments to quickly inform the sect disciples in Giant Wood Ridge of this matter. Fortunately, at this time, the Foundation establishment cultivators were all in the Divine Wood Hall voting to elect the guardians of the 6 kingdoms, so the message was quickly communicated to the entire sect. However, there were still a dozen or so unlucky chi refining disciples who happened to be meditating at this time, but were seriously injured and on the verge of death due to the out-of-control surge of spiritual energy in the void. Chen Mobai ordered the alchemy department to allocate manpower for the rescue, instructing them to spare no expense, and that all the pills and herbs used be recorded in the sect's accounts. Zheng Woyu found it strange that the sect leader would attach so much importance to a mere chi-refining disciple, and thought that there might be a genius among them that Chen Mobai was paying close attention to. According to the traditions of the Eastern wilderness, disciples who are experiencing such bad luck should be eliminated to avoid affecting the sect's fortune in the future. However, Chen Mobai is now the sect leader and a core formation ancestor, so Zheng Wuyu can only obey his orders. After writing 6 names on his ballot, Zheng Wuyu was the first to leave the Divine Wood Hall. He summoned most of the physicians from the alchemy department to treat the chi-refining disciples who were seriously injured, because Zhou Shenking's nascent soul formation had stirred up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Hugh. The moment he stepped out of the Divine Tree Temple, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew in. Zheng Wuyu couldn't help but shiver, looked up at the sky, and then his expression changed instantly. In the distant horizon, a dark yellow cloud, carrying a heavy and eerie aura, seemed to sweep across the clear sky and fly towards this place. When the officials of the underworld travel, all living beings must retreat. A sharp sound rang out in midair, and then the dark clouds dispersed slightly, revealing 4 faceless men dressed in red robes and black trousers with pointed hats. They carried a bright red sedan chair and floated towards the location of Giant Tree Ridge. Wherever it passed, an extremely eerie and sinister aura spread, as if dyeing half the sky black like dark clouds pressing down, covering the 3 towering ancient trees. The 10,000 Woods formation was activated instantly. A series of clear, bright lights appeared, transforming into a huge spherical light shield that protected Giant Tree Ridge. The eerie ghostly aura descended, constantly rubbing against the azure spiritual light, causing streaks of dark blue lightning to flash in the void and sparks to fall. The intruder's cultivation level was unknown, yet it caused the spiritual veins of Giant Tree Ridge to tremble slightly. Disciples, hold fast to the formation. Just as the disciples of the Shenmu sect were filled with anxiety, a clear voice rang out in the air. Then they saw a handsome young man with a refined appearance and dashing spirit, holding a purple longsword, who landed above Giant Tree Ridge, standing alone with his sword to block the dark clouds. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. A sinister voice echoed inside the sedan chair, and dark clouds began to gather in the sky, accompanying the words. In an instant, it transformed into a tall, dark figure, like a ghost returning from the underworld, obscuring the sky and darkening the earth. The ghostly figure raised its right hand, like a giant crushing an ant, and swung it down at the boy standing above Giant Tree Ridge. In response, Chen Mobai brandished his sword. Accompanied by the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth, a purple sword light soared into the sky, instantly transforming into a surging pillar of lightning. It cleaved through the eerie ghost hand and cut through the ghostly aura, its remaining force striking the bright red sedan chair at the very center of the dark clouds. A pale, jade-like hand emerged from the sedan curtain and directly grasped the purple lightning sword light that Chen Mobai had unleashed. Just as the pale hand was about to exert force to crush the sword light, it discovered an overwhelming force of extreme yang and strength that made it feel as if it were holding magma. Amidst the hissing sound of wisps of smoke, the pale palm began to turn charred black, gradually turning into ashes, revealing translucent finger bones. "Well done, Yang Lei." A sinister voice rang out from inside the sedan chair, followed by the breaking of a section of the index finger's crystalline bone, which burst forth with a chilling white aura and transformed into a phantom white skeletal skull. The skull opened its blood-red maw and swallowed the purple lightning sword light whole. As the two extreme forces clashed, the sky above Giant Tree Ridge was instantly transformed into a bizarre mix of half-dark blue and half-purplish red. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, representing the two extremes of yin and yang, was stirred up, causing a series of violent howls and tremors. Under these circumstances, the eerie sedan chair could no longer maintain its original posture. The four faceless figures carrying the sedan chair trembled slightly, and cracks appeared in its surface. The curtain directly opposite him parted slightly, and Chen Mobai activated his insightful eyes, revealing some clues inside the bright red sedan chair. Inside sat a headless person holding a head, but unfortunately, the head was pressed against his abdomen, and he could only see the hollow back of the head. The sword of sect leader Chen of the Shenmu sect is somewhat effective against mine. The curtain fell, covering the inside again, but the eerie sound still drifted out. Our sect should not have any major grudges with your Yellow Springs Road. Chen Mobai, holding the purple lightning sword, said, "The one who forcibly entered the Yellow Springs Road was the Hunyuan ancestor, the founder of the Five Elements sect. Their divine wood sect has already separated, so this grudge should be settled with the Five Elements sect. The entire eastern wilderness is merely our reincarnation pool. To avoid losing control, cultivators at the nascent soul level are not allowed to appear." As the sinister voice spoke, Chen Mobai saw that the flesh and bones that had been destroyed by his purple lightning sword were slowly recovering. Golden rays of light bloomed from the wounds, driving away and suppressing the wisps of purple electricity that had been wrapped around him. Golden armored corpse. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Mobai couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Upon closer inspection of his translucent, jade-like finger bones, his expression suddenly turned serious. Jade corpse. The heavenly river realm has a method of cultivating the corpse path. Although it is a side path, once mastered, it is no less powerful than the nascent soul stage. The corpse dissection demonic sect, one of the 18 demonic sects, is a leader in this field. The path of corpse cultivation is divided into bronze-armored corpses, silver-armored corpses, gold-armored corpses, jade corpses, and flying yakshas. It is the counterpart to chi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul and spirit transformation. At the height of the Eastern Imperial Court's power, one of the few instances where the 10 Directions palaces joined forces was to ambush and kill the flying yaksha, the highest achiever of the corpse dissolution demon sect. If it were a golden-armored corpse, Chen Mobai could handle it with the help of the purple lightning sword, but if it were a jade corpse, "Release the formation and let me in to kill Zhou Shenking, and I will spare your Shenmu sect." The sinister voice rang out again from inside the sedan chair, and the hand that had been injured by the purple lightning sword returned to its pale color. A sinister black aura flowed out along with the dark clouds, transforming once more into a tall, dark phantom. "Junior brother, enter the formation." As Fu Zhangju's voice rang out, Chen Mobai, not being stubborn, took a step back and fell into the range of the myriad wood formation. The eerie ghostly aura descended upon the cyan light barrier, causing the spiritual veins of Giant Tree Ridge to ripple once more. Seeing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel slightly relieved. Although the opponent's attack was powerful, representing the peak of the 3rd tier, it was practically impossible for them to break through this 4th tier myriad wood formation. The opponent should only be a ghost cultivator who has taken over the essence of a jade corpse. This jade corpse may even be incomplete, and may be a golden armored corpse that failed to transform into a jade corpse. Fu Zhangju, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, noticed something amiss. If that's the case, then he should know that this kind of attack is not going to break through the Great Formation. If we wait until senior brother Zhou successfully forms his nascent soul, oh no, the villain is deliberately attacking the Great Formation to shake the spiritual veins of Giant Tree Ridge. Chen Mobai suddenly realized his opponent's true intentions, and his expression changed. When Zhou Shenking was forming his nascent soul, although he was completely immersed and focused, the vibrations and changes in the Giant Tree Ridge spiritual vein were enough to awaken him. This is similar to the situation when Meng Hong failed to form his core. The ghost cultivator deliberately wanted to make a commotion. I have already notified senior brother Mo to come and protect us. Until then, the two of us will stop this guy. After hearing Chen Mobai's words, Fu Zhangju also realized the seriousness of the problem. They can use the Myriad Woods formation to keep their opponents outside Giant Wood Ridge, but this will affect Zhou Shenking's important matter of forming his nascent soul. Under these circumstances, they had no choice but to take action. A bolt of purple lightning and a golden ray shot out, about to stop the ghost cultivator from attacking again, when suddenly the four faceless men carrying the sedan chair transformed into four red rays and floated towards them. Mere ghost soldiers. Chen Mobai frowned, waved his sleeve, and the 6 Yang divine fire mirror flew out, with pure Yang fire burning up and encircling the 4 red lights. Then the pure Yang spiritual power suddenly circulated, instantly turning the 4 faceless men into ashes. Hurled. The underworld official inside the sedan chair saw this scene, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. His 4 ghost soldiers had been trained for many years, and when they joined forces, they could hold off even a core formation cultivator. His original intention was to stop Chen Mobai first, and then kill the weakest one, Fu Zhangju, with lightning speed. Little did anyone know that his speed in crushing Fu Zhangju was actually slower than Chen Mobai's speed in burning the 4 ghost soldiers. The golden needles that Fu Zhangju had shot out were frozen in front of the sedan chair, and the underworld official sitting in the sedan chair used the magic weapon for the first time. That's a morning stick. Although it was of a lower rank than the purple lightning sword, under the blessing of the vast ghostly energy of the underworld official, it unleashed an overwhelming power, smashing Fu Zhangju, who was unable to dodge in time, into hundreds of puppet fragments with a single blow. Junior brother, be careful. This guy can unleash the power of the Jade Corpse. Fu Zhangju felt the sensation of his golden sun puppet being smashed, and his face turned pale as he shouted at Chen Mobai. Amidst the whistling sound, the enormous morning staff, already imbued with a chilling, ghostly aura, landed on Chen Mobai's head. The power of this attack has already surpassed the 3rd-tier level. Chen Mobai had no choice but to raise the purple lightning sword and unleash his 2nd strike of the day. As the 2 4th-tier forces collided, a pale, jade-like hand tore through the void and grabbed Chen Mobai's neck from behind. Fortunately, Chen Mobai's insightful eyes remained open, keenly capturing this scene. He didn't have time to turn the purple lightning sword around, so he could only use the 6 Yang divine fire mirror, which he could control at will, to block the netherworld official's ghost hand. A mere 3rd rank. Amidst a cold laugh, a pale jade-like hand imbued with a dark, ghostly aura casually grasped the mirror. Pure Yang fire erupts in response to the stimulus. Then a scream rang out from inside the sedan chair. End of this chapter. Chapter 526 Golden Flame, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 526 Golden Flame, Bonus Chapter 1. Chen Mobai's Pure Yang Scroll is the #1 demon refining technique of the immortal sects, especially effective against those evil and wicked things. However, since the unorthodox and evil sects of Earth Origin Star have long been wiped out, this name is basically unknown to most people. In the public's perception, the pure yang scroll is the most suitable cultivation method among immortal sect techniques for those with mediocre talent. As long as there is enough time and resources, one can climb to the peak of the cultivation method. It is precisely for this reason that Chen Mobai remains steadfast in his belief in the pure yang scroll. Today, however, the pure yang scroll has demonstrated its most powerful effect against the ghost cultivators from the Yellow Springs Road. The powerful physique, almost like a jade corpse, turned to ashes first when it came into contact with the pure yang fire erupting from the 6-yang divine fire mirror. Then, the crystal-clear, jade-like finger bones, after holding on for a few breaths, melted inch by inch, like candles plunged into a raging fire. The bones that even the purple lightning sword could not cut through appeared incredibly fragile and powerless in the face of the pure yang fire. At this moment, Chen Mobai also thought of a sentence from the opening of the pure yang scroll. This scroll contains a celestial book on demon refining techniques and warding off evil. Once mastered, all evil will be repelled, and no demon will be able to invade. Chen Mobai had only ever read this statement before, because he had never encountered anything related to evil spirits in the immortal sects. Although the Ascension cult claims to be an ancient heretical sect, its cultivation path is actually similar to that of the immortal sect. However, because it prefers to take shortcuts and has a different stance from the immortal sect, it has been labeled as a heretical cult in its propaganda. If it weren't for the heavenly river realm, Chen Mobai probably would never have noticed the pure yang scroll's critical strike effect against evil spirits in his entire life. In the immortal sects, pure yang fire is simply the most neutral and peaceful type of golden elixir true fire. When used for alchemy and weapon crafting, it has no outstanding or negative effects. However, when it falls on a demon, it is like oil being poured on it. It is stirred by the filthy energy and burns brighter and brighter, radiating a dazzling and glaring light. The underworld official's ghostly hand pierced through the void and grasped the pure yang fire. As the finger bones melted, the pure yang fire also emitted a dazzling white gold radiance, which spread into the interior of the sedan chair. Having never seen pure yang fire before, the underworld official initially thought it was ordinary yang attribute true fire, and planned to suppress it with his profound underworld ghost energy. But this suppression had the opposite effect. The pure yang fire, fully activated by the extremely cold ghost energy, unleashed its most powerful anti-demon properties, suddenly erupting and transforming into a golden flame that spread along the hand bones towards the underworld official's entire body. At this moment, the underworld official had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem, and subconsciously activated his netherworld energy to form a black shield in an attempt to block it. However, the brilliant golden flames easily pierced through the black shield and burned several holes in the underworld official's body. Then an exceptionally horrific scream rang out. The headless corpse sitting inside the sedan chair, like a wax figure, began to slowly melt under the burning of pure yang fire, turning into wisps of charred, foul-smelling blue smoke that dripped onto various parts of the sedan chair. Amidst screams, the spirit that the underworld official was attached to the zombie decisively abandoned it, and the hollow head flew out of the sedan chair. The pure yang fire sensed the ghostly aura of the underworld and surged out from inside the sedan chair, trying to grab the head back. However, a morning stick blocked the entrance of the sedan chair, stopping all the flames. Although the consequence was that a small portion of the artifact was melted, at least the underworld official escaped. In midair, Chen Mobai finally saw the true face of the head. Its features were handsome, but the top of the head had been hollowed out, and inside was a pale white bone bead with 7 faint orifices on its surface, similar to the appearance of the head. "What is this, flame?" The head's mouth opened and closed, and a terrified voice rang out, as if it were glancing with lingering fear at the sedan chair and jade corpse that were already burning fiercely under the pure yang fire. This sedan chair was a powerful yin artifact crafted by the underworld officials from ebony wood, which took them a great deal of effort to make. However, in the face of the fully activated pure yang fire, it was like firewood, burning fiercely. As for the jade corpse, At this point, only the outline of a human could be vaguely seen. The flesh had turned into clumps of ashes, revealing a skeleton that was half gold and half jade, like gold inlaid with jade. Although it was an incomplete jade corpse, the immense ghostly energy it contained was enough to scorch the pure yang fire for a long time. The gold and jade-colored skeleton, covered by golden flames, dripped down like wax. These are crystallizations of extremely insidious and evil forces. A single drop is enough to pollute a large lake, and ordinary people who drink them will be transformed into zombies. However, enveloped by the pure yang fire, it turned into wisps of green smoke in midair, purified and dissipated into the atmosphere. Fortunately, Senior Brother Joe passed on that golden flame sword talisman to you. This extremely yang and hot, golden flame is just right to restrain these ghost cultivators. At this moment, Fu Zongju sent another puppet to Chen Mobai's side. Looking at the scene in front of him, he misunderstood that Chen Mobai had used the third-grade high-quality talisman. After the Crimson Flame Sword technique reaches the core formation stage, it needs to be refined using the essence of the core fire and spiritual energy to create the Azure Flame Sword essence, which is then used to refine the Golden Flame. The Golden Flames are extremely hot. Ordinary magical artifacts will turn into molten iron upon contact. In the entire eastern wilderness, there is no mineral that the Golden Flame cannot melt, making it even more formidable when used against enemies. Having cultivated the Crimson Flame Sword technique to this level, one can elevate the Azure Flame Sword aura into a single move called Blazing Sun Slash, which is said to be able to melt all tangible matter and is indestructible. Above the Blazing Sun Slash, there is another move called Extreme Sun Slash, which is a fourth-tier power and is known as Slashing Nothing. If one can master the Extreme Yang Slash, then the Crimson Flame Sword technique will have reached its limit, and one can also draw the fourth-tier, Great Yang Sword Talisman. The scene of Chen Mobai using pure Yang fire to melt the Ghost Cultivator was indeed very similar to that Golden Flame, so it's no wonder that Fu Zongju misunderstood. This is a branch of the Heaven-Burning Purifying Flame technique. At this moment, the underworld official also found a scene similar to pure Yang fire in his distant memories. In the past, the primordial ancestor combined the 5 elements into one and could transform the power of any of the 5 elements with a thought. He also used the Crimson Flame Sword technique at its peak when he entered the Yellow Springs Road. This technique originated from the Burning Heaven Pure Land, and it is also the most effective righteous technique in the history of the Eastern Land in suppressing evil spirits. The ghost cultivators on the Yellow Springs Road were caught off guard and had 2 4th-level ghost cultivators killed by the primordial ancestor. A mere novice who has just formed his core could not possibly condense golden flames. It must be a talisman left behind by a primordial chaos cultivator. There can't be many of these. Despite his thoughts, the underworld official was not about to take any risks. Seeing that the golden jade corpse he had spent 1,000 years refining had completely melted under the platinum flames, he immediately ran away without looking back. Neither Chen Mobai nor Fu Zongju showed any intention of giving chase. Their original purpose was simply to drive them away, and they didn't even know how many ghost cultivators from the Yellow Springs Road were hiding in the shadows. It was very likely that the other side was luring them in. Out of fear, Chen Mobai and Fu Zongju even retreated back into the Myriad Wood Formation. About half an hour later, Mo Duguang, having received the news, also arrived via the teleportation array. Ghost Cultivator. He was slightly surprised when he heard the identity of the intruder. The former Hunyuan ancestor returned severely injured after breaking into the Yellow Springs Road, but he still managed to command the 5-element sect to wipe out all the ghost cultivators who came to the mortal world and reseal the underworld. That battle was arguably the most brutal in the eastern wilderness in the last 100 years, and it marked the turning point from the rise to the fall of the 5-element sect. Senior Brother Joe probably foresaw this and left that Golden Flame Sword talisman to Junior Brother Chen. The powerful ghost cultivator on the Yellow Springs Road was severely injured and escaped. Fu Zhangju recounted the battle, and Mo Duguang nodded repeatedly as he listened, his gaze involuntarily turning to Chen Mobai. The Golden Flame Sword Talisman is a high-grade third-tier talisman. It is not difficult to activate, but to control it freely, one needs to cultivate and comprehend the Crimson Flame Sword technique to a very deep level. After Mo Duguang received the Primordial Chaos True Qi, he also tried the path of the five elements unity. He even condensed 15 Azure Flame Sword Fiends to prepare for cultivating the Primordial Tao fruit in the future. Even with his swordsmanship level and cultivation, he could only barely condense the golden flame, and controlling it was quite difficult. Junior brother Chen is truly a genius. Hearing Mo Duguang's praise, Chen Mobai waved his hands repeatedly. Although he had fully comprehended the Crimson Flame Sword technique by relying on his Fire Spirit body and Heavenly Fire Spirit root, he had never actually put any effort into cultivating it. If it turned into a challenge for instruction, he would definitely be exposed. After this battle, this ghost cultivator should not come again, but just in case, I will stay here. Mo Duguang offered to stay, and Chen Mobai and Fu Zhangju were naturally overjoyed. Thank you for guarding me, senior brothers. I'm going to take care of some sect matters. After the three talked for a while, Chen Mobai thought it was about time, so he took his leave and returned to the Divine Wood Palace. Greetings, sect leader. When he entered, everyone showed respect, standing in 2 rows on either side and bowing to him in unison. The fierce battle between Chen Mobai and the ghost cultivator had been witnessed by everyone below. In the hearts of all the disciples of the Divine Wood sect, their sect leader is now the undisputed #1 swordsman in the Eastern Wilderness, with invincible combat power. Is everything filled out? Let's count the votes. After Chen Mobai took his seat as sect leader, he asked Luo Zuer, who was sitting next to him, and after receiving an affirmative answer, he gestured for her to open the box containing all the Foundation Establishment cultivators' votes. Originally, Chu Zuoshu was the most suitable person to do this, but now he is single-mindedly focused on forming his core and has stopped going out since abdicating. Even the ballots were delivered by Yue Sudo. We still need to set up a cabinet to help handle these trivial matters. This was the first time the Shenmu sect had ever done this, so Luo Zuer was a little unaccustomed to it and stumbled along. Chen Mobai, seeing this, thought of this as well. This cabinet needs trustworthy people who can carry out his wishes, preferably young people. Chen Mobai trusts his apprentice the most. However, it's still necessary to avoid suspicion. Moreover, Liu Wenbai is also responsible for managing Zion Ancient Shop and helping me with business. If I were to ask him to handle sect affairs as well, he might have too much power, which could in turn affect my cultivation. As for Zhu Ming's, it goes without saying that it's completely unsuitable. He should just stick to farming. The remaining individuals are Yi Yun, Yuan Che, Yue Zudo, Yu Lion, Yan Jina, Qi Rui, Zai Jinqiuo, and others. Among them, Yi Yun is the most suitable person to be the head of the cabinet. However, since he will succeed me as the leader in the future, he should first be arranged to be the garrison commander. Compared to Yi Yun, Yuan Che is somewhat inexperienced. Yue Zudao's abilities are comparable to Yi Yun's. It's just a matter of whether he's willing to accept it. If all else fails, we should rehire Meng Hong and let him fill in for a while. While Chen Mobai sat in the sect leader's seat pondering, Luo Zuer had already finished counting the votes of all the Foundation Establishment cultivators. The 6 guardians who received the most votes were Zhou Wangshan, Hong, Ayan, Yan Yuanhao, Wei Liuding, and Dong Xuan's. If you take on the role of garrison commander, you will no longer be able to hold any other positions within the sect. Have you thought this through? Chen Mobai addressed Yan Yuanhao, Wei Liuding, and Dong Xuan's, who were respectively the deputy ministers of the body tempering department, the array formation department, and the talisman making department. They had come out to compete for the position of guardian, clearly aiming for the opportunity to form the golden core. The reason why Chu Zuoshu abdicated in such a hurry was because the news that he had obtained a pill for forming a nascent soul had already spread. The Foundation Establishment cultivators at the top of the sect vaguely guessed that the sect had obtained a pill formula that could help with core formation, and that Chen Mobai's ability to form his core at such a young age was also due to this. For a variety of reasons, Yan Yuanhao and the other two were willing to give up the positions they had worked hard for many years in order to compete for the position of sect leader. We have all thought it through. After receiving a positive reply, Chen Mobai nodded and then gestured to Luo Zuer to unfold a simple map of the eastern wilderness, which then floated in midair in the main hall. Then Chen Mobai stood up from his seat, stretched out his finger, and began to delineate the area. The guardian of the Zhao Kingdom, the god of King Zhou. Yan Kingdom Garrison Ion. Yan Yuanhao, the garrison commander of Hongguo. Lei Guoshan is guarded by Wei Liuding. Dong Xuan is the garrison commander of Yun Kingdom. The Rain Kingdom guards the Red River. After the distribution was completed, all 6 people stepped forward to bow to Chen Mobai and then accepted the seal carved from golden yang wood. These are magical artifacts hastily crafted by Wang Tingbo, the minister of the refining department. Thanks to their excellent materials, they are all of second-tier quality and serve as symbols of the guardianship of various countries. After the positions of the 6 guardians were determined, many people looked dejected, but with Master Chen's golden words, the overall situation was set and could not be changed. Night. In the courtyard of Shenmu City, Chen Mobai was having tea with Yue Zhudao. My nephew Yue has guarded Yan Kingdom for more than 10 years, and now I have asked you to come back. I feel ashamed. My future is ruined, so it's only right that I pave the way for my junior brothers. Yue Zhudao, however, took it all in stride. During his years as the garrison commander of Yan Kingdom, he acted with composure and withstood the immense pressure from the southern Chuan sect. The construction of Baiyuan City also progressed steadily, moving towards Chen Mobai's original plan. Nephew Yue, do you know that I am the holy son of the longevity sect? Chen Mobai suddenly asked a very strange question, which, along with the earth-shattering battle between the core formation ceremony and Xu and Shu, had spread throughout the entire eastern wilderness. Yue Zhudao, the sect leader, is exceptionally talented and should rightfully possess the inheritance of the supreme holy land. After hearing this, Chen Mobai smiled slightly and said something that made Yue Zhudao's eyes widen and his whole body tremble. Supplementing the guaranteed update from April 28th. End of this chapter. Chapter 527, The First Step in Changing the Eastern Wilderness. Chapter 527, The First Step in Changing the Eastern Wilderness. After Chen Mobai finished explaining the principle of the 2-phase rotation technique, Yue Zhudao stood up excitedly, muttering to himself. I see. The longevity tree fruit needs to be in sets of 3 to exert its full effect. If Chen Mobai hadn't explained it, Yue Zhudao would never have imagined this in his life. The method to break the shackles on cultivation realm imposed by the longevity tree fruit was actually the 2-phase technique, a method that astonished Yue Zhudao with the wisdom of the ancient cultivators. But soon, the extremely excited Yue Zhudao thought of the most crucial issue and calmed down. The pills that prolong life are too precious. I have painstakingly collected them over the years, and they have only managed to make up for about 20 years of my lifespan. If I were to consume a complete set of longevity tree fruits, I would probably age prematurely. In the heavenly river realm, elixirs are incredibly precious, and those related to lifespan are the most valuable. Over the years, Yue Zhudao has taken a longevity pill from within his sect, along with 2 others collected from outside, but he still hasn't made up for the 40 years of lifespan he has lost. If this problem isn't solved, even if a whole set of longevity tree fruits were placed in front of him, he wouldn't dare to consume them. Chen Mobai, I have thought about your situation for a long time, combining it with the inheritance of the longevity sect, and I have come up with 3 strategies: superior, middle, and inferior. Upon hearing this, Yue Zhudao felt even more that the old Master Chen was unfathomable, and he became even more respectful, asking for advice on the best course of action. Chen Mobai, The longevity technique among the 24 great techniques of the longevity sect, according to my guess, should have been created by our predecessors for consuming the fruit of the longevity tree. If you can master it, lifespan will be a minor issue. Yudo, the art of immortality. Then I still need to cultivate the body of immortality, but the sap of the immortality tree isn't enough. At this point, Yudo remembered what Chu Zuoshu had told him, that his junior sister Gu Yan had presented Chen Leiazu with a method for extracting the sap of the longevity tree, and he couldn't help but raise his head with anticipation. Chen Mobai. The combination of the longevity scripture and the longevity body can theoretically lead to the practice of immortality, but it requires mastering the longevity body first, which even I cannot do. In other words, both the longevity scripture and the longevity body are at the nascent soul stage, and whether they can be combined to cultivate the longevity technique is merely speculation. This was split by the true Lord of One Yuan, and found by the primordial ancestor in the secret realm of Giant Tree Ridge. As for why the One Yuan true Lord did this, it is said that it was because the conditions for cultivating the longevity technique were too harsh, and later generations could not achieve them. As for just how harsh the conditions were, Chen Mobai, lacking the secret to immortality, had no way of knowing. What about the middle strategy? Please, sect leader, teach me. Yue humbly picked up the teapot and poured tea into Chen Mobai's cup. The middle strategy is to abolish the longevity scripture, and the binding force will naturally disappear. When the cultivation is abolished, I will have Zheng Wuyu refine some pills, so preserving your life will not be a problem. With your talent and the sect's resources, it will be easy for you to return to the foundation establishment stage. But in that case, forming the core formation stage will be virtually impossible. Upon hearing this, Yue Zudao showed a struggle on his face, but after hesitating for a moment, he still had a sliver of desire for core formation in his heart. He decided to face his true feelings and shook his head to ask Chen Mobai for advice on the worst course of action. Then we'll have no choice but to go down this path to the bitter end. After taking a sip of Snow Needle Immortal Sprout, Chen Mobai began to recount this last resort. While you collect longevity pills, watch out for who in your sect obtains the longevity tree fruit from the divine tree secret realm. Once everything is ready, start consuming the medium and large fruits, and then attempt to form your core. Use the 2 phases technique to circulate and devour the longevity spiritual power, breaking the longevity tree fruit's shackles. That's the only way. Upon hearing this, Yue Zudao sighed, but a glimmer of unprecedented hope appeared in his previously dim eyes. Compared to his previous resignation, he now at least sees true light. Although the chances are slim, it illuminates the path to a higher realm. Chen Mobai, but there's another problem here, I don't know if you've noticed it. Yue Zudao, please enlighten me, master. Chen Mobai, the rotation order of the 2 phases technique is based on the 5 elements. In other words, if you need to dissolve the longevity spiritual power, you must cultivate the fire element technique, but your fire spiritual root can be said to be inferior. Chen Mobai once used a spirit testing instrument to measure Yue Zudao's spiritual root, which was a dual-attribute true spiritual root. Among them, the wood elemental root has 57, which is outstanding. The water elemental root has 27, which is also acceptable, while the fire elemental root, although ranked 3rd, only has 12. If the 2-phase technique were used, even if Yue Zudao managed to cultivate a fire attribute technique to the foundation establishment stage, with such inferior spiritual roots, it would be virtually impossible for him to successfully form a core. Then what should I do? After hearing this, Yue Zudao was completely lost. The restriction is only on the longevity spiritual power. Don't try to use the 2 phases technique with the hope of successfully forming the core. You only need to break the effect of the longevity tree fruit to succeed. Therefore, one can take pills at any cost to enhance the fire elemental technique, and after the 2 phases have rotated, the fire elemental power can be converted into earth elemental power by dispersing the power. Then follow the order of the 5 elements mutual generation to complete the process. After the transformation, All impurities and poisons will be eliminated, leaving only the purest wood elemental power. Then, use this power to rebuild the longevity scripture and attempt to form the core. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, a flash of inspiration appeared in Yue Zhudao's mind. He thought of the five elements sect's supreme method, and his expression changed drastically. Isn't this the primordial Tao fruit? The theory is that the five elements cycle and return to oneness. However, the Shenmu sect has not passed down any specific methods of cultivation. To obtain the primordial Tao fruit, one must cultivate all five elements techniques to their extremes and fully comprehend their true meaning. Only when the five elements are united can one possibly obtain primordial true qi. You do not need to do that. You only need to follow the process of transforming the essence of the five elements once. It is much simpler. Although Zhou Shenqing was not taught the Hunyuan Daegu, the supreme method of the five elements sect, he often heard the Hunyuan ancestor explain some of its principles during his cultivation. When the family split up later, Zhou Shenqing compiled these things into a booklet. His original intention was to let the descendants of the sect have some understanding of the Hunyuan Dao fruit, so that if someone in the five elements sect really had a genius who mastered it, they would have something to know and be prepared to deal with it. After Chen Mobai formed his core, all the inheritances of the Divine Wood sect were made available to him, including this booklet. The five elements dispersed power reconstruction method he devised for Yue Zhudao was as difficult as solving a math problem compared to the Hunyuan Dao fruit. The former directly applied a formula to get the answer, while the latter required him to deduce and calculate the formula from scratch. The difference between heaven and earth. Won't my lifespan be long enough in this situation? After listening to the plan, Yue Zhudao also felt that the comprehensive strategy Chen Mobai had devised for him was the best, but he was still a little worried. After consuming a complete set of longevity tree fruits, the bottleneck in your dantian will be broken. In other words, as long as you have enough pills and spiritual energy, you can easily cultivate any of the five elements techniques to the foundation establishment stage. Although you need the five elements to generate each other, which will waste a lot of time, according to my estimation, your remaining lifespan is still barely enough. Chen Mobai's understanding of the five elements technique far surpasses that of anyone in the Divine Wood sect. After all, his foundation is the five elements technique, and he has listened to all of Master Kingping's video courses on the five elements technique from Qi refining to nascent soul more than a dozen times. Thank you for your guidance, sect leader. You have saved my life. I will obey your every command. After listening, Yue Zhudao stood up and bowed deeply to Chen Mobai with the utmost respect. You have served diligently and conscientiously guarded Beiyuan City in Yan Kingdom for more than 10 years. In addition, you fought alongside me on the front lines in the two major battles against Hanshin Mountain. It can be said that among all the members of the sect, apart from me, your contributions are the greatest. Now that I am the sect leader, I will naturally not mistreat anyone who has made contributions. Chen Mobai's words gave Yue Zhudao an impulse to die for a friend who understands him, and at the same time, they revived the spirit that had been restrained in his heart for decades. When he had completely given up, he thought he had reached a very high state of mind, able to sit back and watch the clouds drift by, indifferent to coming or going. But now that he sees hope of breaking free from constraints and climbing to a higher level, Yue Zhudao realizes that deep down he is still very unwilling to accept this situation. You should know that he was once the #1 disciple of the true lineage, and was hailed as a genius with the potential to form a core. If he hadn't taken the longevity tree fruit, and if Chen Mobai hadn't existed, he would definitely have been the third-generation leader of the Shenmu sect after Chu Zuoshu. Hong Zhou Wangshan and Ian are no match for him. At this moment, Yue Zhudao's confidence and pride began to emerge. After setting a goal, his mental outlook completely changed. Chen Mobai told him about the cabinet, which was a very important point he had learned when he was studying at the Bushan Dao Academy. Those in power need an auxiliary institution that wholeheartedly implements their will. Yue Zhudao was exceptionally intelligent and mature in his work, and he quickly understood the role of the cabinet. Sect leader, I suggest that we invite Elder Sect Leader Meng to join the inner cabinet as well. He has a lot of influence in the 3 halls and 12 departments of the sect, and the inner cabinet cannot be made up entirely of young people. After listening, Chen Mobai felt that it made sense, but he didn't know if Meng Hong would be willing. After all, he had already retired and had no hope of reaching the core formation stage. He was quite happy fishing and playing chess every day. The cabinet would definitely clash with the traditions of the Divine Wood sect in the future, and Chen Mobai didn't really want him to get involved. We can let him in with the title first, and let junior brother Mu Yuan do the actual work. I think Elder Master Meng would be willing to do that. Yue Zudao's words made Chen Mobai nod. Mu Yuan's talent was also outstanding. With some training, he would at least be no less than Meng Hong and Chu Zuoshu. After discussing for a while, Chen Mobai briefly revealed the reforms he would carry out in the Divine Wood sect, and even the entire eastern wilderness. Even someone as intelligent as Yue Zudao would feel a chill run down his spine after hearing this. But what followed was a surge of excitement to witness and follow Chen Mobai in changing the eastern wilderness and leading the tide of history. In that case, mediocre people would not be considered. Junior brother Zai Jinghuo has good talent, and he has always trusted you, the sect leader, so he can be a candidate for the cabinet. Yue Zudao brought up another one, and Chen Mobai nodded, entrusting him with the cabinet matters. He originally wanted to include Yu Lion as well, but then he thought that Yu Lion's personality was rather gloomy, and he also needed a sharp sword in the shadows, so he decided to observe and hone her further. After the 6 kingdoms were confirmed, Chen Mobai, in his capacity as sect leader, issued supplementary clauses to the first decree of the new policy. Each garrison commander can establish smaller 3 palaces and 12 departments within their own territory. These departments are under the command of the garrison commander within the territory, and the garrison commander can appoint any person in charge, but they need to report to the sect for approval and registration. Moreover, these smaller 3 halls and 12 departments are required to report to the sect's 3 halls and 12 departments annually, and are subject to supervision. If there is a conflict between the orders of the garrison and those of higher authorities, then the matter should be submitted to the Divine Wood Hall for a decision by the sect leader or the cabinet. Chen Mobai slightly modified the system of the immortal sect and implemented it within the Divine Wood sect. While ensuring that the powers of all parties are supervised and restrained, efforts should also be made to provide the garrison with some powerful subordinates. As a member of the Zhou family, Zhou Wangshan's connections were on full display at this time. He directly recruited 3 foundation establishment cultivators from within the sect to serve as the hall masters of the 3 minor halls in the Zhao kingdom. In addition, many true disciples of the remaining 12 departments were willing to follow him and take on their respective roles. Although Yi Yun had many friends, only Yuan Che was willing to follow him to Yan kingdom. After all, news of Xuan Shu rebuilding the southern Xuan sect at Bayas Mountain had already spread. Yan kingdom was the easiest place to establish merit, but it was also the most dangerous among the 6 kingdoms. Once the Shenmu sect and the Nangshuan sect go to war, the Shenmu sect disciples here will be in the most danger. As a supporter of Yi Yun, Chen Mobai naturally couldn't let him be inferior to Zhou Wangshan, so he used his connections to inquire about Qi Rui and Yu Lion. Both of them were Chen Mobai's direct subordinates, and after hearing this, they did not hesitate at all and expressed their willingness to follow Yi Yun to Yan kingdom. In this way, the foundation-building leaders of the 3 minor palaces of Yan kingdom can be gathered together. The same thing happened on the Red River side. The punishment hall also arranged for 3 foundation establishment cultivators to accompany him to the Rain Kingdom. In fact, Hong originally wanted to refuse. The reason he chose the farthest country, Yuguo, was not because he was afraid of war, but because he was too lazy to participate in the competition for the leadership. However, competition is inevitable within a sect. What Zhou Wang and Shen Ayan have, this sect also needs. In comparison, the other 3 guardians who stepped down from their positions as deputy ministers of the 12 departments are in a more awkward position, with only 1 or 2 foundation establishment cultivators willing to follow them. However, they are much more efficient at recruiting qi refining cultivators, since many of their disciples were originally their subordinates. Once things have settled down here at your sect, I will lead a group to inspect your territory and also visit the other sects in the eastern wilderness. I hope your results will satisfy me. When Chen Mobai, as the sect leader, saw the 6 people off, he said this. The matter concerning the sect naturally refers to Zhou Shenking's nascent soul formation. After that, we visited the 5 Elements sect, mainly to investigate the Ming dynasty's Guiyuan sect, where our little disciple had disappeared. End of this chapter. Chapter 528, Nan Chuanjing Storage Bag. Chapter 528, Nan Chuanjing Storage Bag. Chen Mobai sat upright in his wooden hut at his Taoist temple, holding a talisman brush in his hand, concentrating on drawing a talisman. Beside him was a storage bag. This belongs to Nan Chuanjing. Having been in the heavenly river realm for so many years, he had become accustomed to opening storage bags, but the storage bags of core formation cultivators still filled him with great anticipation. The reason he didn't open it immediately was because his spiritual awareness was not as strong as Nan Chuanjing's, and he was unable to open it. The space character, which could have solved this problem in the past, was no longer effective because his rune maker level was still at the 2nd tier. The simplest way would naturally be to go to the immortal sect and find a 3rd tier talisman maker to place an order for a custom-made 3rd tier empty talisman, but the cautious Chen Mobai did not do so. Because in the immortal sect, every blank token needs to be registered with the enforcement department before it can be traded. Therefore, Chen Mobai could only practice on his own. Fortunately, he is now a core formation cultivator, and the 3rd tier talismans that were once difficult for him are now being mastered little by little with his full dedication. With the final details filled in, this 3rd order space character radiated a layer of spiritual light and was completely formed. Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief and put the talisman brush back on the shelf. At that moment, a particularly crisp snap sound rang out. Chen Mobai couldn't help but look up and saw that the tip of the talisman brush that had just been used on the brush holder had a thin crack. We need to find a way to upgrade the main rune pen. Watching this scene, Chen Mobai couldn't help but mutter to himself. His 2 main talisman pens were originally made by Ming Yihua through a custom order. They have been with him for over 20 years and have been put to good use. However, now that he has formed his core and is using his cultivation level to enhance his immortal techniques, he has begun to delve into the realm of 3rd tier talismans, and these 2 2nd tier main talisman brushes are no longer sufficient. It seems I need to go back to the immortal sect when I have time and ask the Talisman Makers Association whether it's more suitable to customize or to buy directly. With the 3rd tier rune pen, Chen Mobai had no intention of collecting materials in the eastern wilderness. Because the number of 3rd tier spirit beasts on the immortal sect side is limited, he cannot rashly take out materials of this level. He plans to use the void blind box as an excuse for something crucial. Or perhaps we could look around the eastern wilderness to see if there are any suitable tier 3 rune pens. Thinking this, Chen Mobai picked up the 3rd order space symbol that he had painstakingly practiced for a month to master drawing, infused it with spiritual power, and then slapped it onto Nan Chuanjing's storage bag. Amidst the rustling sound, Chen Mobai's wooden house was instantly filled. If he hadn't lifted the roof in time, it would probably have been bloated by the things poured out of his storage bag. He never expected that Nan Chuanjing's storage bag would contain so many things. Besides the sparkling spirit stones, there were mountains of golden crystals, totaling 2,000 pieces. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but beam with joy. With these resources, plus what he obtained from the desolate land, he would have enough to cultivate his falling treasure golden light to its highest level. As for why Nan Xuanjing had so much gold crystal, Chen Mobai had some guesses. Within the Xuangxiao Dao Palace, golden crystals are a cultivation resource even more precious than spirit stones. Many spells require refining the golden energy within the golden crystals to be mastered, such as the most famous sun-shooting divine spear technique and the unorthodox treasure-falling golden light. As the patriarch of the Nangshuan sect, Nan Xuanjing should have received these gold crystals from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Besides being his own cultivation resources, they also served as the stipends for all disciples of the Nangshuan sect in the eastern wilderness. However, these gold crystals were originally supposed to be distributed annually, possibly covering 10 or even 20 years of funding. After Nan Xuanjing was killed by Chen Mobai, they all fell into Chen Mobai's hands along with the storage bag. After storing the gold crystal in a special storage bag, Chen Mobai used his divine sense to count the spirit stones. This surprised him even more. Nan Xuanjing was quite wealthy, possessing 256 high-grade spirit stones, making him far richer than him. However, according to Chen Mobai's estimation, a core formation cultivator in the eastern wilderness should have at least 1,000 high-grade items in their storage bag. Perhaps the impression that Fu Zongju had given him 100 high-quality items without batting an eye back was too deep, causing him to misjudge. After packing the spirit stones into separate bags again, Chen Mobai looked at the remaining miscellaneous items, including a bed, table, stools, and so on. It was clear that Nan Xuanjing was also someone who valued enjoyment. After scanning it with his divine sense and confirming that it was just ordinary spirit wood, Chen Mobai immediately set it on fire. What's left are some magical artifacts. There were fragments of the brocade pearl that had been shattered by his purple lightning sword, as well as golden halberds refined using the secret techniques of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, ranging from 1st to 3rd rank. These were probably intended as rewards for the disciples of the Southern Profound sect. Chen Mobai selected one weapon each to keep as a collection, and put the rest away in a storage bag for miscellaneous items. He would take them to the weapon refining department later to see whether it was better to melt them down or to enrich the sect's treasury. In the end, all that was left were a dozen or so bottles of pills. Chen Mobai has always kept his distance from the pills in the heavenly river realm, but the treasures of a core formation cultivator must be good stuff. To avoid wasting food, and also out of curiosity, he called Zheng Wuyu over. Reporting to the sect leader, this is the ink blood pill, this is the qi yuan pill, this is. Zheng Wuyu, as expected of the head of the alchemy department, opened and smelled each pill, and then described the name and effects of the pills. However, he was unsure about one black pill. This might be the blood essence pill. After taking it, one can fully recover from injuries and even reach a higher level. It is a demonic pill, not available on the market, and I have never seen it before, so I cannot confirm it. After hearing this, Chen Mobai recalled his fight with Nan Xuanjing and agreed with Zheng Wuyu's assessment, nodding in agreement. This, could it be, a mysterious heavenly black gold pill? Finally, Zheng Wuyu looked at a dark gold pill the size of a thumb, his voice trembling slightly. "Oh, is this elixir very famous?" Chen Mobai asked, somewhat puzzled. "This is the most famous elixir of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Whoever takes it can increase their lifespan by 20 years. Increase lifespan. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was greatly surprised. This is what extends one's innate lifespan. It's the most precious elixir even among immortal sects. I never expected that Xuanxiao Dao Palace would possess such a miraculous elixir. Although the effect of this Xuan Tian Wu Jin Dan weakens with each use, it is still hailed as the #1 elixir of the Eastern barbarians. It is thanks to this elixir that ancestor Jin Feng has been able to survive to this day." After hearing Zheng Wuyu's words, Chen Mobai couldn't help but nod. This is the most precious item in Nan Xuanjing's storage bag, but whether it can be consumed still needs to be checked by a professional. As Chen Mobai pondered whether he should fly to Wangwu Cave to find King Nu himself, or have King Nu come to Yumu City to find him when he returned at the end of the year, his Tongxiani suddenly rang. Yue Zhudao needed to see him. After Zheng Wuyu went down, Chen Mobai picked up the Tongxiani and, after learning what had happened, notified the cabinet to hold a meeting. After sorting and processing the items in Nan Chuanjing's storage bag, Chen Mobai looked up again at the longevity tree where Zhou Shenking was. As the aura of the nascent soul stage grew increasingly magnificent, the spiritual energy of Giant Tree Ridge became increasingly uncontrollable. This caused the sect cultivators who remained at Giant Wood Ridge to complain bitterly. Sect leader, now even the Qi refining disciples dare not meditate and cultivate. Chen Mobai listened to Yue Zhudao's report and felt a bit of a headache. The spiritual energy of Giant Wood Ridge was attracted by Zhou Shenking's nascent soul transformation, and even he, a core formation cultivator, could only barely compete for it. Foundation establishment cultivators are in a better position. They are wealthy and can absorb the spiritual energy from spirit stones to cultivate in a short period of time. But it's different for Qi refining cultivators. Many disciples are already struggling financially, and they only use their spirit stones when it's crucial to break through their cultivation level. Therefore, since they can no longer absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the Qi refining disciples of the Divine Wood sect have begun to complain. Chen Mobai, how many Qi refining disciples are there in the sect now? Yue Zhuda. There are 2,687 registered disciples, of which about 1,500 are in Jumu Ridge. Recently, many disciples have been taking on missions at Lingbao Pavilion in preparation for leaving. The Shenmu sect is said to have 3,000 Qi refining cultivators, but it lost 400 or 500 disciples in 3 consecutive wars. However, 2 years ago, it recruited 100 or 200 people from the 6 kingdoms to replenish its ranks. When the 6 guardians left their sects, they each took with them about 100 Qi refining disciples. Besides those at the lower levels of Qi cultivation, many of them are former disciples of the original lineage. For example, the Marquis of Qi whom Chen Mobai knew went to the state of Yan with Yi Yun. After failing to establish their foundation more than twice, these people had already suffered losses in their essence, blood, and vital energy. They were no match for the newly promoted disciples in the sect, and it was basically impossible for them to obtain the foundation establishment pill again. Therefore, they wanted to make one last gamble. That is why those who remain in the Shenmu sect are the backbone and the future. Let's all share our thoughts and see what solutions we can come up with. Chen Mobai sat upright in the main seat of a side hall of the Divine Wood Palace, with Meng Hong, Mu Yuan, Yue Zhudo, Zai Jinghuo, Luo Zuer, and Yan Jinai sitting on either side below him. This can be considered the prototype of the cabinet. Today is also their first meeting to discuss how to solve the problem of Qi refining disciples being unable to meditate and absorb spiritual energy. Distribute spirit stones to everyone. Ancestor Zhou's nascent soul stage will last for a maximum of 2 years. Each month, he will supplement the Qi refining disciples in Giant Wood Ridge with 5 low-grade spirit stones, which is only a little over 10,000. Zai Jinghu spoke first, but Luo Zuer immediately shook her head in refusal. As the person in charge of the reward hall, she knew the current situation best. Luo Zuer, the 3 major battles have almost depleted the sect's spirit stone reserves. The remaining ones need to be reserved to prevent unforeseen circumstances. The spirit stones that were originally meant for the sect's salary now need to be replaced with spirit rice. We really don't have any extra spirit stones. If you're willing to write an IOU, I have no objection. Yue Zhuda. These spirit stones are essential for the Qi refining disciples to cultivate in Giant Tree Ridge. If we have to issue IOUs again, I'm afraid the disciples' morale will really collapse. Yan Jinai, then how about we distribute the pills? Although after Chen Mobai's teachings, the Qi refining disciples of the Divine Wood sect who aspired to foundation establishment no longer consumed pills as recklessly as before. The price of such items remained high on the market, and they were still very popular among independent cultivators and lower-level disciples. Chen Mobai, what insightful opinion does junior nephew Meng have? After everyone had spoken, Chen Mobai saw that Meng Hong remained calm and composed, so he turned to him and asked a question. Meng Hong, reporting to the sect leader, distributing subsidies such as spirit stones and pills is absolutely unacceptable. As soon as he said this, Everyone's eyes turned to him. Chen Mobai smiled slightly, signaling him to continue. If we're going to distribute these benefits, we need to consider those outside the sect, in addition to the qi refining disciples within the sect. It's not the scarcity that's the problem, but the inequality. But if we do that, the disciples in Giant Wood Ridge will feel like they're being taken advantage of. Why should those outside the sect get the same benefits they suffer for within the sect? It's impossible to be fair. After hearing Meng Hong's words, everyone looked enlightened. As expected, experience matters. Their understanding of issues is far more insightful and profound than others. Chen Mobai, then, in your opinion, how should this matter be handled? Meng Hong, the best approach is to pretend we don't know anything. If any of the disciples dare to complain about this, they are being disloyal to the sect. We should send the punishment hall to arrest and suppress them. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Looking at Meng Hong, who spoke such ruthless words with a calm expression, Chen Mobai couldn't help but sigh that the eastern wilderness was indeed different from the immortal sect. Here, there was no need to consider things like public grievances. What they were best at was high-pressure rule. Compared to Zhou Shenking's nascent soul stage, even if all the qi-refining disciples of the Divine Wood sect were to sacrifice themselves, it would probably be acceptable in Meng Hong's eyes. Chen Mobai, do the others have any other opinions? Yue Zhudao hesitated for a moment, but after thinking about it carefully, he still felt that Meng Hong's method was the most suitable for the current situation. How many tasks can be assigned within the sect? Seeing that they were not speaking, Chen Mobai asked another question. Reporting to the sect leader, we can still arrange for another 300 disciples to go on routine missions such as patrolling the villas, harvesting from the spirit fields and medicinal herbs, and raising spirit beasts. Luo Zuer immediately answered, as all the spirit stone budgets for the 3 palaces and 12 departments each year were distributed through her, so she could make a rough estimate of them. Chen Mobai, what about Yunming's? Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. As the #1 treasure land in the eastern wilderness, Yunming's could probably withstand not only the Divine Wood sect, but even if half of the qi refining cultivators in the eastern wilderness poured in. Leave behind the people who can activate the myriad woods formation, open up the task of hunting demonic beasts to the sect disciples, and send them to the market in Yunmeng Marsh. We can also allocate some manpower to the 6 countries, such as the mining in Yan Kingdom, the aquatic products in Yun Kingdom, and the spiritual fruits in Yu Kingdom. We can have each country's garrison cooperate with them. This will also provide them with manpower, which is mutually beneficial. As for the remaining disciples in the sect, let the array department and the spirit vein department work together to designate an area and set up an array to calm the spiritual energy so that they can also cultivate normally. End of this chapter. Chapter 529, The Order of Cultivation, Bonus Chapter 2. Chapter 529, The Order of Cultivation, Bonus Chapter 2. The 3 points Chen Mobai mentioned were quickly put into practice. He was subtly changing the atmosphere of the Shenmu sect in his own way. After receiving a positive response from the sect's higher-ups, the qi-refining disciples within the Divine Wood sect, who had previously harbored some resentment and unease, were all relieved. Whether to go out on missions or stay within the sect, there are choices available. However, the array and area that create the tranquil spiritual energy will take some time to complete, so most disciples chose to accept the numerous tasks offered by the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Thank you, Master. At Xianshan, Zhuo Ming was overjoyed to receive the complete set of talisman brushes that Chen Mobai had given him. Besides the 2 main talisman pens, the Heavenly Book talisman pen set that he bought from the immortal sect was also included. With Chen Mobai's current wealth, the merit of buying a new set was just a drop in the ocean for him. Before Zhuo Ming had even established his foundation, he often served Chen Mobai by grinding ink and spreading out paper, watching him draw talismans. He had long admired this set of fully functional talisman brushes. Even in her dreams, she wondered if her master would pass this set of talisman brushes on to her in the future. After all, she was the only talisman maker in the Xiantian lineage. Now that the book has actually been passed down to her, Zhu Ming still feels a dreamlike, blissful sense of happiness, as if her dream has come true. At that moment, she felt that she had taken over Chen Mobai's mantle and truly inherited her master's two most outstanding skills. Indeed, I am most like my master. Thinking this, Zhu Ming's lips curled up slightly. She couldn't be happier. At this moment, a refreshing fragrance wafted from the mountainside. Even Chen Mobai, a core formation cultivator, felt refreshed and invigorated by the scent. Master, that enlightened white tea has reached the second level. It seems that it knew you were coming today and specially chose today to successfully transform. Zhu Ming stood on the ground and instantly understood the reason. Her eyes flickered, and she uttered a pleasant remark. Haha, what a coincidence. Let's go take a look. Chen Mobai placed great hopes on this enlightenment white tea. After all, this tea variety was cultivated by Wenren Zuwei over decades in order to restore the efficacy of enlightenment tea. According to her, once this tea reaches the third level, it has 1/10 the effects of the enlightenment tea. The key is that once this tea variety matures, tea leaves can be harvested every year. For someone like Chen Mobai, whose comprehension is average, this is crucial to whether he can make further progress in the future. The master and apprentice arrived at the location of the enlightenment white tea. Zhu Ming picked a handful of tender buds on the spot, and Chen Mobai personally stir-fried them with pure yang fire. This pure yang fire, when not used against evil spirits, is the most neutral and peaceful true fire, making it perfect for frying tea leaves. The flat, smooth sheet, like green jade, perfectly locks in the aroma and flavor. After boiling another pot of spring water, I put the tea leaves in and steeped them. The light green tea soup was refreshing and soothing to the throat, and all the worries and troubles in my heart were washed away with this cup of tea. Chen Mobai closed his eyes to think, and after about an incense stick's time, he opened his clear eyes and a smile appeared on his lips. This second-grade tea has about 1% of the effects of the enlightenment tea. Thanks to the effects of the tea he had just drunk, he had figured out a difficult point in a third-tier talisman. Seeing how useful it was, Chen Mobai naturally didn't stand on ceremony and directly picked all the tea leaves from the newly upgraded enlightenment white tea plant. Unfortunately, even so, it would only be enough for him for 10 days at most. Minger, your talent in spiritual plants is unparalleled. If you concentrate on this path, your future achievements will be limitless. You can use the talisman path to pass the time when you have free time, but remember not to be too distracted by it. Before leaving, Chen Mobai regretted giving Zhu Ming the set of talisman brushes he had used during his foundation establishment period. Only by devoting himself wholeheartedly to spiritual plants could he create the greatest value. Master, don't worry, I will definitely inherit all your mantle. No matter how hard or tiring it is, I will make progress in both spiritual plant cultivation and talisman making. I will not let you down. Zhu Ming misunderstood, thinking that Chen Mobai was worried about her lack of talent in talismans. She hugged the talisman brush tightly and said with a determined look, "Okay then, you go ahead with your work." Chen Mobai's lips twitched slightly, and he didn't say anything more. After leaving the remaining half-pot of tea for Zhu Ming, he returned to his longevity wood dojo. Yue Zhudao is a very capable person. During the decades his cultivation was suppressed, he studied astronomy, geography, spiritual plants, elixirs, weapon crafting, and more, becoming almost a polymath. In the 3 major battles against the southern profound sect at the summit of Hanshin Mountain, he also proved his ability to lead troops, manage markets, and even rule a country. With his wholehearted assistance, Chen Mobai, as the sect leader, only needed to make decisions at crucial moments, while Yue Zhudao would handle all the other trivial matters. Even so, Chen Mobai still felt that he didn't have enough time. After forming his core, besides meditating and cultivating his spiritual power, he also needs time to develop his pure Yang Dharma body, falling treasure golden light, longevity Tao body, and even the crimson flame sword technique and various third-tier talismans. Fortunately, he still has more than 500 years of lifespan left. Otherwise, he really felt that he might not be able to cultivate all of these things to perfection. However, in order to avoid affecting his cultivation progress, Chen Mobai still prioritized these matters. The Pure Yang scroll is naturally ranked first. This is his fundamental cultivation technique, and it is also the basis upon which he can form a nascent soul or even a divine transformation. Therefore, the Pure Yang Dharma body is also very important. Since switching to this cultivation method, Chen Mobai has not wasted a single day refining spirit stones to improve himself. The 7 Yang body requires the refinement of 9 high-grade spirit stones, and he has already refined 2 so far. According to his estimate, it would take about another year and a half to refine the 3rd piece, and the fire spirit root would be able to improve again. Aside from the Pure Yang scroll and the Pure Yang Dharma body, Chen Mobai originally placed the Crimson Flame sword technique second. After all, he still needed this to conceal his true origins in the eastern wilderness, and this sword technique seemed to be very suitable for him. After forming his core, Chen Mobai's fire spirit body advanced further, and his heavenly fire spirit root was also activated. If the former burning heaven pure land masters saw his current aptitude, they would snatch him back to be their disciple. There is no better talent than his in fire attribute techniques. Therefore, after reading the Crimson Flame Sword manual several times, Chen Mobai easily grasped all its essence. Whether he used the Blazing Sun Slash or the Extreme Sun Slash, the most correct way to control and execute it had already appeared in his mind. It's just that he hasn't yet sublimated the Azure Flame Sword Fiend into Golden Flame, and his skill level isn't high enough, so he can't use it yet. However, the condensation and sublimation of this golden flame requires a lot of hard work and time. According to the Crimson Flame Sword Manual, a person with exceptional talent can obtain a golden flame after 10 years of refining it using alchemical fire and spiritual energy. Chen Mobai felt that this was a huge waste of time. He would rather use that time to cultivate the longevity body or the golden light of treasures. After all, the golden flame didn't offer him much of an improvement. It was only useful for combat and overlapped with the purple lightning sword. Moreover, even if one were to master it, its power would probably be less than that of the purple lightning sword. Fortunately, he had just taken over as sect leader not long ago and hadn't had time to waste on the Crimson Flame sword technique. Now that he had opened Nan Xuanjing's storage bag and obtained so many gold crystals, he could shift that time to the falling treasure golden light. According to his estimation, after mastering the 7 Yang body, he should be able to cultivate this secret technique to the 3rd level. What remains is the path to immortality. To continue practicing this body forging technique, one needs to use longevity dew, a concoction made from the sap of the longevity tree. This was a pill formula that Luo Yixuan obtained from the talent tree. Chen Mobai had already handed the pill formula over to Zheng Wuyu to study, and also asked him to prepare the other auxiliary ingredients in preparation for starting the furnace. Fortunately, Gu Yan offered the secret technique for extracting the sap of the longevity tree. Otherwise, Chen Mobai would probably have given up on achieving the longevity body. Just then, a text message suddenly appeared in the telescope. It is the key to the storage. He subtly indicated that he had already finished refining the sap from the immortal tree bestowed by ancestor Chen. After seeing this, Chen Mobai had no choice but to take action again. He spent a whole day extracting 10 drops of the sap from the longevity tree and sealing them in a white jade bottle. The next day, Chu Zuoshu came over in person. After he stepped down as sect leader, his complexion improved significantly. After refining the sap of the longevity tree, his skin began to become fairer, as if he had become several years younger. After receiving the white jade bottle, Chu Zuoshu expressed his deepest gratitude. Since it was unknown to what extent Chu Zuoshu could cultivate his wood spirit body before forming his core, Chen Mobai instructed him to let him know each time he used up the longevity tree sap, so that he could be provided with sufficient resources. After all, with his core formation cultivation level, The 10 drops he extracts each day are enough to store and refine for more than half a year. However, if Zheng Wuyu were to cultivate the longevity body in the future and need to continuously refine the longevity dew, then no matter how much longevity tree sap he produced, it would not be enough. The thought of extracting the sap of the longevity tree day after day, year after year, made Chen Mobai feel that he, the core formation ancestor and the sect leader of the divine tree, was working too hard. No, I need to leverage my position to find someone to replace me. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mobai thought of someone. He immediately used the telescope to notify Zhuo Ming, and soon she arrived with another close friend of hers. Greetings, sect leader. After the elegant and beautiful Gu Yan entered, she bowed to Chen Mobai with a hint of trepidation. Junior nephew Gu, I need your help with something. Consider it a task I'm assigning you personally. Chen Mobai spoke to Gu Yan in a friendly manner about his plans, and asked her to help extract the sap from the longevity tree. She obtained this secret technique from the talent tree, and she also cultivates a water attribute technique. Even if it is not as efficient as his, a core formation cultivator, she is definitely the most suitable candidate among the foundation establishment cultivators of the Divine Wood sect. I am deeply grateful for the kindness shown to me by the sect leader, and I am very willing to accept it. Gu Yan nodded repeatedly after hearing this. This was an incredible opportunity for her. Not just anyone in the sect could get so close to a core formation ancestor. Moreover, after obtaining this secret technique, she was like a skilled cook without rice, since the Divine Wood sect only had 3 immortal trees. Gu Yan had already decided that she should perform well so that she might be noticed by Patriarch Chen and taken in as a disciple of Zhao Nanshan. At that time, she would be the esteemed patriarch's personal disciple. With this in mind, Gu Yan would come to Chen Mobai's longevity wood dojo whenever she had time. However, her cultivation level was only at the foundation establishment stage, so the extraction efficiency was not high. Even with Chen Mobai's guidance, she could only extract 1 drop per day at most. But with her help, Chen Mobai was able to put this matter aside and have more time to cultivate and comprehend other things. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Zheng Wuyu once attempted to refine the elixir of immortality, but unfortunately, it was an ancient formula and differed somewhat from the current alchemy system, so he failed. Although Chen Mobai was disappointed, he was prepared for this and had Gu Yan continue to extract the sap of the longevity tree to work with Zheng Wuyu to refine the second batch of longevity dew. That day, he led Yue Zhudao on a tour of the 3 tranquil spiritual energy cultivation sites set up by the Array Formation Department and the Spirit Vein Department in Giant Tree Ridge. Originally, there was only one area, but Chen Mobai planned it out according to the cultivation rooms of the immortal sect, so that each qi refining disciple could cultivate here for free for 1 hour every day. However, after many disciples returned from completing their missions, one area was no longer enough. In addition to these 3 areas, a 4th second-tier spiritual energy cultivation area is under construction, which will be dedicated to those in the later stages of qi refining. Each area is divided into 100 training rooms, which will ensure that everyone can have their turn every day. Sect leader, could you also designate areas for 3rd or even 4th-tier spiritual energy? Seeing how good the benefits were for qi refining disciples, some foundation establishment cultivators couldn't sit still and raised their opinions at a sect meeting. Chen Mobai stated that this was part of the plan, as the distribution of spiritual energy in the Giant Tree Ridge was too scattered. He intended to reorganize it after Zhou Shenking finished forming his nascent soul. Ideally, it should be like the immortal sect, where all spiritual energy transmission is controlled by the sect. Each cultivation level should receive spiritual energy of a corresponding grade, and if a higher grade is desired, sect contributions or spirit stones should be used to obtain it. However, these things definitely need to be done gradually, and Chen Mobai was not in a hurry. After the meeting, he went to see Fu Zhangju and Mo Duguang. Zhou Shenking was absorbing more and more spiritual energy, and he would probably form his nascent soul in the next 2 or 3 months. Especially at times like these, we must not let our guard down. Chen Mobai immediately ordered the array department to ensure that the myriad wood array was in a state of readiness, and then instructed the guards of various countries to keep a close eye on the major sects in their vicinity. Whether it's Xuan Shu of the southern Xuan sect, Yan Shayin of the returning Heaven Valley, or Kong Lingling of the Snowfall Palace. Even the Five Elements sect was instructed to keep a close eye on Hong. That day above Giant Tree Ridge, each drop of crystal-clear spiritual dew shone brightly, gently falling onto the tallest evergreen tree, and an unprecedentedly vast aura rose up. End of this chapter. Chapter 530 The Fall. Chapter 530 The Fall. The Ming Kingdom, the primordial immortal city. After waiting for a month, Zhao Xuankang finally met the person he wanted to see here. He was led by Kong Shangsu into a spacious courtyard in the immortal city. There was even a lake in the courtyard. The lake water was clear, and various colorful spirit fish swam around, reflecting the sunlight and creating waves of 7 colors. On the pavilion by the lake stood a refined and handsome male cultivator. He was dressed in a dark blue robe, with a tall crown and wide belt, and a piece of white jade at his waist. He would occasionally take out a handful of bait and throw it into the lake, attracting all kinds of spirit fish in the lake to rush towards him and compete to eat. Master Zhou is truly composed. Even now, he still has such refined tastes. Zhao Xuankang walked over and saw this scene, and couldn't help but say something to the male cultivator by the lake. This person is none other than Zhou Yi, the core formation ancestor of the Earth branch of the Five Elements sect, who also inherited most of the legacy of the primordial ancestor. I was in seclusion for a while and reached a critical moment in my cultivation. I'm sorry to have kept Master Zhao waiting, Zhou Yi said with an unchanged expression, slowly scattering all the bait in his hand into the lake before turning his head to gesture for Zhao Xuankang to sit down. There's no need for any more formalities between us. Zhou Shenking is currently forming his nascent soul, so please just do nothing. Zhao Xuankang frowned and asked Zhou Yi. Then what should we do? Should we send all the cultivators of the Five Elements sect to attack Giant Tree Ridge? Zhou Yi remained calm and composed. A beautiful, tall female cultivator in a white dress came over to brew tea for the 2 core formation cultivators, while Kong Shangsu brought over a new box of bait. Don't forget, you personally drove Zhou Shenking out of the Five Elements sect. When he reaches the nascent soul stage, the first thing he'll want to do is kick you out and reclaim this Hunyuan immortal city. Zhao Xuankang's words made Zhou Yi chuckle. He took the tea handed to him by the female cultivator next to him, took a sip, picked up the bait on the table again, and walked to the lakeside. Master Zhao, you are mistaken. My second senior brother and I only had a conflict of ideas, which is why we separated after our master passed away. If he can successfully form his nascent soul, I would gladly give him not only the Hunyuan immortal city, but even the entire Five Elements sect. As Zhou Yi spoke, a smile even appeared on his lips, and he continued to scatter the bait into the lake's surface little by little. The spirit fish, which had dispersed after finishing their meal, were drawn back in and surged towards this place. Do you even believe what you're saying? Zhao Xuankang didn't drink the tea. He stood up and stood next to Zhou Yi, staring at him coldly as he spoke. Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. 70 years ago, I saw it clearly. My 3rd senior brother and 4th senior sister were not of one mind with me. If I were alone, facing the 3 core formation experts of the Divine Wood sect, my first thought would be how to protect our current family business, not to risk my life with you to do something unrealistic. After Zhou Yi finished speaking, Zhao Xuankang knew that it was probably impossible to incite him to deal with the Shenmu sect. If you are willing to help, I can gather 7 core formation cultivators. They only need to circle around the sky above Giant Tree Ridge. Even if they cannot break through the myriad trees formation, they can still influence Zhou Shenking's nascent soul formation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi frowned slightly and glanced at Zhao Xuankang with some surprise. Which 7? I am junior brother Xuan Shu, a rogue cultivator from Dongyi who has reached the core formation stage. We also have 3 other unorthodox cultivators whose identities need to be kept secret. If you are willing to join us, the 2 of us can persuade Yan Shayin and Kong Lingling together. We have a better than 50% chance of success. In that case, the maximum number of core formation cultivators that can be gathered is 9. If Zhou Yi could also command the other 2 members of the 5-element sect, the lineup would be even more terrifying. If 11 core formation cultivators were willing to go all out, even the 4th-order myriad wood formation might not be able to withstand it. So are you tempted? Seeing Zhou Yi's silence, Zhao Xuankang couldn't help but press him again. In the past 6 months, he had used all the connections he had accumulated during his time at Xuanxiao Dao Palace over the past 300 years to barely assemble such a lineup. The purpose was to achieve a complete victory in one battle and utterly destroy the Shenmu sect. Master Zhao, which spirit fish do you think is the most beautiful? At this moment, Zhou Yi suddenly spoke up, but changed the subject by pointing to the dozen or so colorful fish on the lake below. This one, please. Zhao Xuankang had no idea what he was up to. After glancing at it, he casually pointed to a spirit fish that was as clear and transparent as white jade. This one was indeed the most beautiful, surrounded by all the spirit fish in the center, slowly munching on the bait falling from above. The shimmering scales of the surrounding fish of various colors fell upon its body, making it radiate a 7-colored glow, dazzling and beautiful. This fish will grow to its fattest and most delicious state in a year. When Master Zhao comes at that time, how about I treat you to this spirit fish? Zhou Yi smiled and pointed at the jade-like transparent spirit fish, using his spiritual power to make a golden mark on its back, and then scattered all the bait in his hand onto it. You like to eat, but I haven't had any appetite since junior brother Nang Xuanjing died. Zhao Xuankang said coldly, trying to steer the conversation back to the Shenmu sect. Life is short. We core formation cultivators can only live for a maximum of 500 years. We should enjoy life while we can. The taste of this rainbow spirit fish is extremely rare. When my master was alive, he often praised it highly. At this point, Zhao Xuankang already understood Zhou Yi's meaning. The 2 exchanged a glance but said nothing more. I won't wait until a year later. If you miss this opportunity, don't regret it when we destroy the Divine Wood sect in the future. After saying this, Zhao Xuankang turned and left the pavilion. Senior Zhao, let me see you off. Upon seeing this, Kong Shengsu immediately followed Zhao Xuankang and chased after him. The Hunyuan immortal city is protected by a no-fly formation, and this courtyard is one of the key points, so Zhao Xuankang needs someone to escort him in and out. Sir, why did you wait a year to invite him? After Zhao Xuankang left, the white-clad female cultivator who had been keeping her head down while brewing tea raised her head, stood up, and handed the teacup she was holding to Zhou Yi, asking a somewhat curious question. I understand Zhou Shenking's foundation. The results of his nascent soul formation must have been out by then. If this second senior brother really succeeds, the 2 of us will take our master's legacy and leave this eastern wilderness, leaving this Hunyuan immortal city to him. If we fail, then don't blame me for being ruthless and sacrificing my own family for the greater good. After accepting the Celadon teacup, Zhou Yi calmly stated his plans. If that's the case, why not join forces with Zhao Xuankang now to prevent Zhou Shenking from reaching the nascent soul stage? The beautiful female cultivator, named Lu Zhu, had been following Zhou Yi for over 100 years, and the 2 had the closest of relationships. Zhou Yi is from a cultivation family in the eastern Wu region. Due to the decline of his family, he set up a stall in Yunmeng Marsh with his maid, Lu Zhu, to hunt monsters. One day, by chance, he was spotted by the passing Hunyuan ancestor, who took him in as a disciple. He began to soar to great heights and now governs the #1 immortal city in the eastern wilderness, commanding the 5 elements. Besides his outstanding talent, Zhou Yi's intelligence and wisdom are also top-notch. Otherwise, before the passing of the primordial ancestor, he would not have insisted on appointing him as his successor. Zhou Yi, if I do that, my third senior brother and fourth senior sister will never have the chance to submit to me. Green Pearl, they're just two fence-sitters, why bother with them? Zhou Yi, if I were to cultivate the primordial Tao fruit on my own, I'm afraid it would be until I'm very old. They will definitely pass away before me. If they are willing to transfer their spiritual power to me before they pass away, at least I can save myself 100 years of hard work. Green Pearl, they are all a bunch of ungrateful people. The ancestor clearly designated you, Master, to inherit the immortal city, yet you are still unwilling and even caused a family division. After listening, Zhou Yi didn't comment on these things. He looked at the spirit fish he had marked in the lake and gave the last reason. My second senior brother is unlikely to succeed in forming his nascent soul. Since he is destined to fail, why should I risk disappointing my third and fourth senior brothers by joining forces with outsiders to attack Giant Tree Ridge? This statement left Green Pearl utterly bewildered. Master, why did Zhou Shenking fail to achieve nascent soul formation? If forming a nascent soul is so simple, why would I need to force myself to cultivate the primordial Tao fruit? Zhou Yi said something meaningful. He downed his tea in one gulp, gazing intently at the spirit fish in the lake, each marked with a different location. Giant Tree Ridge. Zhou Shenking's nascent soul state has reached its final stage. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth near the longevity tree is now so strong that even Chen Mobai, a core formation cultivator, has difficulty controlling it. To protect Fu Zanju, Mo Duguang had no choice but to leave Zhou Shenking's secluded cultivation location. The three of them took turns patrolling the surroundings, constantly scanning with their divine senses, in addition to the myriad wood array to prevent any enemies of the same level from hiding in the shadows. Sure enough, soon after, a dark cloud appeared on the distant horizon and was defeated by Chen Mobai. The underworld official, with only his head remaining, appeared and disappeared along with two other ghost cultivators. Chen Mobai was also very familiar with the other two ghost cultivators. They were the two who had come to loiter when Meng Hong was forming his core. One of them was the ghost cultivator who possessed Madame Gu's corpse. Chen Mobai was interested in trying out his pure yang scroll again to see if this nascent soul technique had any upper limit on the characteristics of demons. However, on the other side of the sky, another familiar face appeared once again. It was Xuan Shu of the Chungxiao Dao Palace. This is a formidable enemy. Chen Mobai knew he was no match for him. To avoid being blocked from returning to the myriad wood array, he had no choice but to let these three ghost cultivators go for the time being. Besides Xuan Shu, there was another figure, barely visible, hidden in the sky. This person seemed to have cultivated a secret technique that could shield divine sense, which none of the three noticed at first. Fortunately, Chen Mobai's void insight technique had reached its peak. On one occasion, he noticed that the clouds on the horizon were somewhat incongruous. Upon closer inspection, he indeed saw a human figure hidden among them. To be able to do this, one must undoubtedly be a core formation cultivator. I just don't know who it is. After learning about this, Fu Zanju guessed that it might be Zhao Xuankang. However, he immediately overturned this conclusion because a few days later, Zhao Xuankang also appeared openly. He stood with Xuan Shu, and instead of attacking Giant Tree Ridge, he simply stood there and exerted pressure. As long as we don't leave the main formation, the ambush hidden in the shadows will be useless. Chen Mobai and the other two have remained inactive, focusing all their efforts on protecting Zhou Shenking as he enters the nascent soul stage. Having confirmed this, the three of them confronted Xuan Shu and the others across the Wanmu formation. Neither of them spoke, and they waited silently. After several days and nights, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Giant Tree Ridge had gathered to its limit, transforming into substantial clusters of spiritual light, like hailstones the size of fists, which pelted towards Zhou Shenking. A huge phantom rose from above Zhou Shenking's head, its vast and mighty light like a curtain of light covering the sky, swallowing all the spiritual light and turning it into its own nourishment. The light grew brighter and brighter. From the initial outline of a human figure, the 7 orifices gradually emerged, followed by the protrusion of facial features, hands and feet, and the shape of Zhou Shenking became clearer and clearer. "Junior brother, shall we make a move?" Seeing this, Zhao Xuanqing frowned slightly, fearing that Zhou Shenking might actually have successfully formed his nascent soul, and asked Xuan Shu beside him. "The time is not right." Xuan Shu looked at the myriad wood array, which was being activated at full power, and gently shook his head. "When is the right time?" Zhao Xuanqing was getting anxious, but Xuan Shu didn't answer. He narrowed his eyes and stared intently at the phantom above Giant Tree Ridge, which was expanding and becoming wider as the spiritual energy filled the area. But a quarter of an hour later, the phantom suddenly began to distort and blur. With a sigh, in midair, Zhou Shenking's enormous phantom completely disintegrated, transforming into countless beams of clear light that fell to the ground. The nascent soul formation attempt failed. Now, as soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling golden light, like a shooting star from outer space, shone in Xuan Shu's palm and instantly traversed half the sky, landing above Giant Tree Ridge. Chen Mobai, who had been watching him closely, immediately sent out the 6 Yang Divine Fire Mirror to block the sun-shooting Divine Spear technique. A muffled clang. The golden meteor struck the hemispherical light shield, bursting into brilliant sparks above Giantwood Ridge, causing the air to explode and the wind to roar. Huff, 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 huff. After Zhou Shenking's attempt to form a nascent soul failed, Xuan Shu and Zhao Xuanqing no longer had any reservations. After their initial attack, they struck again, each throwing out 4 golden halberds with both hands. The 10,000 Woods formation has been activated. A bright green light suddenly appeared, enveloping the entire Giant Tree Ridge. When the golden spear landed on it, it only caused a slight ripple before all its power was dissipated, and it fell to the ground. But the fact that the two took action was merely a signal. Following Jinji, the 3 ghost cultivators also made their move, unleashing 3 strange spiritual energies, crimson, pitch black, and dark green, each wielding a red flower, a bone bead, and a curved blade magic weapon, respectively, as they slashed towards the myriad wood array. With a loud boom, the myriad wood formation shook once more after being impacted by the 3 ghost cultivators. In an instant, Giantwood Ridge was besieged by 5 core formation cultivators. End of this chapter. Chapter 531, The Reverse Longevity Technique, Bonus Chapter 3. Chapter 531, The Reverse Longevity Technique, Bonus Chapter 3. As soon as Zhou Shenking's nascent soul dissipated, the core formation cultivators who had been hesitant burst into laughter. They immediately took out their magical artifacts, activated various spells, and began to besiege the myriad wood array. Perhaps today, we will be able to wipe out the Shenmu sect. The rogue cultivator who had been observing from the shadows finally made his move. He revealed himself to be a thin, middle-aged man, took out a flying sword that emitted a blue light, and joined Xuan Shu and the others in attacking the myriad wood formation. With 6 core formation cultivators working together, the myriad wood array can still hold on. But if this continues for many years, there will eventually be a day when the spirit stones are exhausted, and it can no longer sustain itself. Some of the cultivators within the Divine Wood sect who witnessed this scene even grabbed all their belongings and ran towards the teleportation array, preparing to escape Giantwood Ridge before the sect's grand formation was breached. However, many more cultivators, led by sect leaders like Chu Zuoshu, continued to maintain the operation of the Great Formation and resist the attacks of spells and magical artifacts falling from the sky. Senior Brother Zhou. At this moment, Chen Mobai and the other 2 also transformed into streaks of light and rushed to the longevity tree where Zhou Shenking was in seclusion. Zhou Shenking struggled to lift his head and look at them, then nodded and smiled slightly. He placed his right hand on the branches of the longevity tree under his feet, as if trying to stand up. Mo Duguang immediately went over to help him up. The 2 of them had supported each other since the 5 Elements sect, and their relationship was closer than that of blood brothers. Do you still remember what Master said before he passed away, junior brother Mo? Zhou Shenking suddenly asked. Mo Duguang, Master said too much before he passed away. I don't know which sentence you are referring to, senior brother. Zhou Shenking, the sentence that hurt us the most. Upon hearing this, Mo Duguang looked enlightened, but then frowned slightly, as if he didn't want to recall those words. Zhou Shenking, Master said that among us, only junior brother has the potential to form a nascent soul. If the rest of us were to force ourselves to do so, it would only be a waste of resources. It would be better to provide our own source spiritual power to junior brother to help him cultivate the primordial Tao fruit. That way, even if he passes away, the 5-element sect will quickly have a new nascent soul cultivator to take charge, and it will not be swallowed up by the surrounding major sects. At that time, Zhou Shenking and the others, having never tried it before, naturally did not think they could not form a nascent soul, and thus resisted the arrangement in their hearts. Mo Duguang, senior brother, why did you bring that up? Zhou Shenking, but now, after this defeat, I understand my master a little better. After a sigh, Zhou Shenking raised his head and looked at the 6 core formation cultivators, who were unleashing various spiritual energies to bombard the light barrier of the myriad wood array. His originally dim eyes suddenly lit up with a sharp glint. Before I die, let me do one last cleanup for the sect. After saying this, Zhou Shenking looked at Chen Mobai and beckoned to him, who immediately walked over respectfully. I remember you have a soul-guiding lamp, junior brother Chen. Could you give it to me? Please, senior brother. If Zhou Shenking hadn't mentioned it, Chen Mobai would have almost forgotten that he possessed this ghostly artifact. Is senior brother going to transform into a ghost cultivator? Seeing this, Fu Zhangju asked with some concern. Are ghost cultivators and corpse cultivators giving up their chance to reincarnate and transforming into demons and monsters in the world to forcibly seek cultivation again? The cultivators in the heavenly river realm all believe in reincarnation. Therefore, many cultivators who die believe that they will be reborn in the next life and may be able to obtain better spiritual roots and aptitudes. Although there is sadness, it is also a kind of relief for those at the bottom. Those who are unwilling to die and forcibly remain as ghost cultivators or corpse cultivators are extremely rare. However, if Zhou Shenking really takes this step, Fu Zhangju will not stop him. That's not the case. It's just that when I use the reverse longevity technique, my divine sense is impacted by the vast spiritual energy of the longevity tree, so I need this magic artifact to protect my mind. Reverse longevity technique. What kind of technique is this? Not only Chen Mobai, but even Fu Zhangju and Mo Duguang didn't know this. The 3 of them looked at each other in bewilderment after hearing it. This was passed down to me by my master before he died. He said it was left by the 1 Yuan true monarch. I never thought I would ever use it in my life. As he spoke, Zhou Shenking grasped the soul-guiding lamp, and then flew up one last time to take a look at the giant tree ridge. Then 2 beams of light, one blue and one green, emerged from his Danshan and purple mansion, converging and merging in the soul-guiding lamp in his palm, transforming into a dark green spiritual light that surged heavily into the longevity tree below. After all the spiritual power and divine consciousness within his physical body were drained, Zhou Shenking's body, which was flying in midair, aged drastically and fell toward the ground. Mo Duguang immediately flew up and caught it. At this moment, the soul-guiding lamp had already landed on the branch of the longevity wood, where Zhou Shenking had previously secluded himself to form his nascent soul. The dark green aura flowed into the branches like water, then spread and diluted throughout the entire evergreen tree, yet caused almost no change to the bark or leaves. However, Chen Mobai and the other 2 knew that all of Zhou Shenking's essence had been integrated into it. Rumble! In the sky, Xu and Shu and the other 6 core formation cultivators were still using their magical artifacts to attack the myriad wood formation. They blocked the 6 directions, and no one in the Shenmu sect could escape. As long as they were willing to spend time, they would eventually be able to break through the great formation. This speed may be even faster than they imagined, because many disciples in the Shenmu sect are already in a state of panic. Even with Chu Zuoshu personally leading the foundation establishment cultivators of the 3 palaces and 12 departments to suppress them, 3 foundation establishment cultivators still managed to rush into the location of the teleportation array ahead of time and escape. Many Qi refining cultivators tried to escape, but with the exception of a few, the rest were stopped by the foundation establishment cultivators of the punishment hall who arrived in time. Under the foundational suppression of the 3 palaces and 12 departments, the entire Shenmu sect can at least maintain the complete operation of the Grand Formation. But more and more disciples are already thinking about how to run away. At that moment, a beam of clear light rose from the longevity tree at the very center of Giant Tree Ridge, and in an instant it transformed into a huge phantom with its head reaching the blue sky and its body fused with the divine tree. The illusory figure was incredibly lifelike. It was none other than Zhou Shenking. His eyes were like stars, his hair and beard like lightning. When he opened his mouth and exhaled, a piece of blue sky fell down and crashed heavily onto the heads of the 3 ghost cultivators who had gathered together. Bang, bang, bang. Like a watermelon bursting open, the 3 ghost cultivators, along with their magical artifacts and bodies, instantly disintegrated into countless blood clots. Only one pure white bone bead cracked slightly, emitting a pale jade-colored radiance, and forcefully broke free from the falling blue sky. However, Zhou Shenking's illusory avatar pointed his right index finger at the bone bead, and a wisp of deep green energy burst forth like lightning, crossing the vast void in the blink of an eye and landing on the bone bead. With a bang, the bone bead, along with the spirit of the underworld official within it, turned into a cloud of white powder amid screams, completely vanishing into nothingness. Not good. Seeing this, Xuan Shu and the others were confused about what was going on, but they did not hesitate and immediately fled in different directions. However, Zhou Shenking used his fingers as a brush in the void, spiritual energy as ink, and the sky as paper to inscribe a Qingfeng talisman in one go. In an instant, all the air above Giant Tree Ridge was transformed into countless cyan wind blades under the influence of this talisman. With a flick of Zhou Shenking's fingertips, the wind blades transformed into 3 massive streams of light, like tidal waves, engulfing Xuan Shu and his 2 companions who had already used the blood escape technique to escape far away. With a soft plop sound, the nameless, thin rogue cultivator had over a dozen talismans and a defensive magic artifact sliced open by the wind blades. In despair, he swallowed pill after pill and emptied his storage bag of everything, hoping to survive. However, after only blocking 137 wind blades, it was sliced into countless bloody threads, staining a small patch of the sky red. You should leave quickly. On the other side, Zhao Xuankeng, knowing he couldn't escape today, risked his life. After swallowing a pitch-black pill, his spiritual power suddenly surged. He braved the raging wind blades and rushed towards Xuan Shu, wanting to use his life to help the latter escape. However, after using the reverse longevity technique, Zhou Shenking was able to briefly borrow the power of the 4th-order longevity wood, which allowed him to break through the bottleneck and advance to the highest realm of the longevity scripture. The longevity scripture with 20 layers is equivalent to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Zhou Shenking even saw the 21st level of the domain he had guessed, but unfortunately he didn't have much time left, otherwise he could have completed it. A simple breeze talisman in Zhou Shenking's hands displayed unstoppable power. Even though Zhao Xuankeng tried his best and used all his magical artifacts and talismans, he was unable to reach Xuan Shu. After all his defenses were broken by the wind blades, Zhao Xuankeng looked at the cyan light blade falling in front of him with a pale face, closed his eyes and waited for death. On the other hand, Xuan Shu revealed his true strength. After spitting out a 4th-tier golden jade pearl, he actually took out a deep blue talisman. The moment it was activated, a vast ocean descended from the void and landed above Giant Wood Ridge. The blue sea collided with the cyan wind blades, unleashing a terrifyingly vast surge of spiritual energy. Taking advantage of this time, Shu took out a silver talisman and slapped it onto his body. Heavenly Escape Talisman. Upon seeing this, Zhou Shenking frowned slightly and once again drew a talisman in the air. Streaks of green lightning flashed around Shu, constantly bombarding his golden jade pearl. After 3 or 4 rounds of bombardment, he finally managed to forcefully break through the golden storm. But at this moment, the silver light had already enveloped Shu's entire body. The power of the Fourth Order Heavenly Escape Talisman was so great that even Zhou Shenking could not break through it in the blink of an eye. As Shu disappeared, a streak of dark green lightning pierced through the silver light, leaving a bloody hole in his shoulder. But in the end, they were still unable to capture this formidable enemy of the Xiao Dao Palace. Pity. This was Zhou Shenking's first time entering this realm, and he found it difficult to control this powerful force. Moreover, he felt his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred, knowing that this was a sign that he was about to be completely assimilated by the longevity wood. The effects of the reverse longevity technique are almost over. He sighed and turned to look at Zhao Xuankang, who was still breathing. In order to deal with Shu's 4th-tier blue talisman, he had just mobilized all the power of the Qingfeng talisman, which is why Zhao Xuankang still retained his complete form. You have formed your nascent soul. Zhao Xuankang's blood-soaked body was captured by Zhou Shenking. He stared wide-eyed at the huge phantom standing in midair, his face filled with disbelief. I have a few questions for you. As he spoke, Zhou Shenking's enormous phantom suddenly shrank to the size of a normal person, except that only his upper body was normal, while his lower body was like a wisp of green smoke connected to the soul-guiding lamp. However, this demonic artifact was now cracked open by a deep fissure that almost cleaved it in two, and as time went on, small cracks kept appearing. Everyone knew that when this soul-guiding lamp shattered completely, it would be the time of Zhou Shenking's death. Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. At this time, Zhou Shenking had finished talking with Zhao Xuankang. It was unclear what they discussed, but he then called Mo Duguang over. It was probably about the Hunyuan ancestor or the 5-element sect. We've been locked in a fierce battle for so many years, and in the end you died by my hand. Do you have any last words? After asking the question, Zhou Shenking's illusory figure smiled and asked Zhao Xuankang. At this moment, the latter turned to look at Chen Mobai and said something that made the latter's expression change drastically. Your little apprentice has gone missing, hasn't she? Do you want to know who kidnapped her? It's you. Chen Mobai's brows furrowed with anger. In the eastern wilderness, he always kept a low profile, spending his days either cultivating in the sect or farming. Only the remnants of the Shaking Mountain and the Southern Profound sect had the opportunity to do this. It wasn't me, but someone even our Xiao Dao Palace doesn't want to provoke. If you want to know, you can go to Yunmeng sometime and find a demonic cultivator named Tu Diahua. After saying this, Zhao Xuankang raised his finger and a golden light flashed, severing his own neck. Damn it, they can't even explain themselves clearly. Yunmeng's is so big. Chen Mobai rushed over and grabbed Zhao Xuankang, but the latter had already died with a bitter smile. Junior brother, at least we have a clue now, which is better than having no clue at all before. Fu Zhangju, who was standing to the side, offered words of comfort, saying that he had also been helping to investigate Luo Yixuan's whereabouts. Junior brothers, come here. I have a few last words to say to you. At this moment, Zhou Shenking spoke to them, and Chen Mobai immediately put down Zhao Xuankang's body and walked to the front of the soul-guiding lamp with Fu Zhangju. These are my insights on nascent soul formation. Please write them down. In the heavenly river realm, these are the things that the previous generation of cultivators passed on before they died. However, many of them may not have had time to be passed on and could only be taken to the underworld. Fortunately, Zhou Shenking's estimation of the time was still acceptable, and he managed to explain most of these things before the soul-guiding lamp completely shattered. And there's also the art of reversing aging. End of this chapter. Chapter 532, Dharma Body and Nascent Soul, Rejuvenating Spiritual Water, bonus chapter for monthly tickets, 204,620,000. Chapter 532, Dharma Body and Nascent Soul, Rejuvenating Spiritual Water, bonus chapter for monthly tickets, 204,620,000. Zhou Shenqing had long considered the possibility of his nascent soul formation failing. Therefore, this technique for reversing the aging process had already been written down on paper, and Chen Mobai and Fu Zhangju each took a copy. This technique requires cultivation to the 18th level of the longevity scripture to be used. Once all spiritual power is exhausted, death is certain. Moreover, during the operation of the technique, the vast spiritual consciousness of the longevity tree will continuously assimilate your divine consciousness. Once you cannot hold on, it will turn into nourishment for the tree. As Zhou Shenqing spoke, the soul-guiding lamp cracked open again. Senior brother. Seeing this, Mo Duguang hesitated to speak. From now on, I will entrust the sect to you. After I am gone, cremate my body and, if there is an opportunity in the future, bury it next to my master's grave. Before his death, Zhou Shenqing had completely let go of his attachments. The image that appeared in his mind was of him as a boy, chopping firewood in the mountains, when he encountered the primordial ancestor who descended from the sky. Yes, senior brother. After hearing this, Fu Zhangju and Chen Mobai solemnly bowed to Zhou Shenqing's illusory figure. This is my storage bag. Leave the spirit stones and other miscellaneous items inside to the sect. Zhou Shenqing waved his hand, and a blue storage bag opened. He took out a set of wooden armor and 3 talismans. Junior brother Chen, you have many magical artifacts, so I'll leave this set of divine wood armor to junior brother Fu. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded, and Fu Zhangju immediately accepted Zhou Shenqing's natal magic weapon with great care. The talisman is a 4th-tier spirit leaf talisman. Each of you should take one. Chen Mobai, Fu Zhangju, and Mo Duguang nodded, and each accepted a dish. Then Zhou Shenqing took out a golden talisman brush, his face showing reluctance, and tossed it to Chen Mobai. Junior brother Chen, this is a high-grade 3rd-tier sun chasing talisman brush. It was a gift that master and 4th junior sister jointly crafted for me to celebrate my 200th birthday. You are the only one in the sect who is proficient in the art of talismans, so I'll give it to you. Thank you so much for the treasure, senior brother. When Chen Mobai took the talisman brush, he felt an unprecedented heaviness. Junior brother Mo, you have worked so hard to protect me and the Divine Wood sect all these years. Please accept this storage bag. Mo Duguang didn't say much, and silently accepted the small storage bag that Zhou Shenqing handed him. There are still these left. I wonder what we can get from them. After distributing his treasures, Zhou Shenqing smiled and took out 4 more storage bags, which belonged to the core formation cultivators he had killed. Apart from Zhao Xuanqing, who was experienced enough to destroy his own storage bag, the rest are all here. Zhou Shenqing first opened the storage bag of the rogue cultivator. Besides more than 20 high-grade spirit stones and several water attribute cultivation manuals, there was a bottle of pills with a powerful seal. However, given Zhou Shenqing's current level of cultivation, he was able to break the seal directly. Inside were 3 blood-red pills, emitting a faint fragrance. Chen Mobai knew nothing about the pills in the Heavenly River realm, but Zhou Shenqing seemed to know. This should be a blood spirit pill, which is useful for core formation cultivators to break through bottlenecks. However, you can have Zheng Woyu or Yan Sheiyan determine whether it is true or not later. Zhou Shenqing was primarily skilled in talismans, and his knowledge of elixirs was limited to hearsay. If it really is a blood spirit pill, then the harvest from this first storage bag is not bad. Zhou Shenqing smiled and opened all the storage bags of the remaining 3 ghost cultivators. A bonsai, as black as ink, as thick as an arm, and shaped like a writhing dragon, instantly attracted all their attention. This bonsai has no leaves. Its branches are like black jade, shimmering with a dark green luster under the light, deep and captivating. 4th-tier soul-nourishing wood. After examining it, Fu Zongju couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, but then his face showed regret. If only it were fifth tier. The fifth-order soul-nourishing wood allows cultivators who fail to form their nascent soul to abandon their physical bodies and transform into a Dharma body nascent soul, which is perfect for Zhou Shenking's current situation. Even if it's the fifth rank, so what? The sect doesn't have the method for the Dharma body and nascent soul, nor does it have the rejuvenating spirit water. When Zhou Shenking first saw the soul-nourishing wood, he was pleasantly surprised, but then he realized what was going on and couldn't help but sigh. To transform into a Dharma body nascent soul, in addition to the soul-nourishing wood, a spiritual liquid called returning yang spiritual water is also needed to protect the divine consciousness. The Chen Mobai sect did not meet any of the three conditions. Senior brother, look at this pill formula. At this moment, Fu Zongju used his divine sense to scan all the items emptied from the storage bags of the three ghost cultivators and instantly discovered some good stuff. It was none other than the recipe for the rejuvenating spirit water. Judging from the delicate appearance of the storage bag, it must belong to the ghost cultivator who possessed Madame Guo's body. I wonder why she would keep this pill formula. It's a top-grade fourth-rank pill formula. Even Yan Shayan isn't confident he can successfully refine it. Many of the medicinal herbs on it are extremely rare, and many of them can only grow in the underworld. After reviewing the prescription, everyone shook their heads and sighed again. Senior brother Zhou, if your soul were to reside within this soul-nourishing wood, how long could it endure? Chen Mobai suddenly asked. He himself possessed a section of third-tier soul-nourishing wood, and had a deep understanding of this rare treasure of heaven and earth. He knew that since Zhou Shenking's vital energy had been drained by the longevity wood, he could transfer his soul and consciousness to the soul-nourishing wood to survive. This soul-nourishing wood belongs to that underworld lord. He's about to become a ghost king, and it was probably prepared for his own advancement. Its grade is also close to the fifth rank. After my soul is transferred into it, it should be able to support me for about 100 years. Zhou Shenking did his own calculations and made a judgment. However, once he enters the soul-nourishing wood, he can only transform into a ghost cultivator or a nascent soul, and cannot reincarnate. If one becomes a ghost cultivator, then there is no such thing as an afterlife. As for the Dharma body and nascent soul, they need to use a pure yang magic weapon to dissolve their bodies and enter the cycle of reincarnation after their lifespan is about to end. Coincidentally, what Chen Mobai had in abundance was pure yang magic artifacts. If you trust me, senior brother, I guarantee that within 100 years I can find you the method to cultivate a Dharma body and nascent soul, as well as the rejuvenating spirit water. When Chen Mobai said this, his tone was firm and confident. But this means Zhou Shenking will have to make a choice. No one can say for sure what the next life will bring. Based on the situation in the heavenly river realm, there's a 99% chance that the inhabitants will be mortals without spiritual roots. Having witnessed the nascent soul stage, how could Zhou Shenking be willing to give up everything in this life to gamble on a future with negligible odds? Haha, since I have the opportunity to reach a higher level in this life, what's wrong with enduring 100 years of solitude? Having the opportunity to become a nascent soul, Zhou Shenking thought it over and no longer hesitated. He immediately extracted his soul and mind from the soul-guiding lamp, turning them into a wisp of green smoke that fell into the soul-nourishing wood. End of this chapter. Chapter 533 Yellow Spring Soil. Chapter 533 Yellow Spring Soil. After Zhou Shenking moved into the soul-nourishing wood, the bonsai shone with a jade-like luster, as if it had been blessed. The soil in this pot should be yellow spring soil, but in order to ensure that the soul-nourishing wood can be upgraded, I think it is better to find a place with heavy yin energy to grow it. Upon hearing Fu Zongju's words, Chen Mobai reached out and pinched a bit of the dark yellow soil in the basin. A chilling aura instantly surged from his fingertips throughout his body. However, Chen Mobai's pure yang scroll is least afraid of these things. The moment the yin energy encountered the pure yang spiritual power, It melted away like ice and snow, turning into a wisp of black smoke that spilled from the fingertips. Lonely Soul Ridge is not bad. Zhou Shenking took the initiative to speak. Although there are many places with heavy yin energy in the Seven Kingdoms under the Shenmu sect, the most suitable one is undoubtedly the Kongming stone mine, which was discovered more than 10 years ago. The place was chosen by Taoist faming as the burial site. It was located in a remote part of the Rain Kingdom. Zhou Shenking had personally gone to investigate and found that the deeper one went, the heavier the yin energy became. Later, in order to mine the Void Stone, the Divine Wood sect set up an array there to isolate yin energy. Otherwise, those mortals and qi-refining disciples simply could not withstand it. This yellow spring soil is of the 5th rank, which can nourish this soul-nourishing tree for 10 or 20 years. Lonely Soul Ridge can be considered as a backup site for transplantation, but it would be best to find the Yellow Spring Road, as that is the most suitable place. Fu Zhangju spoke again, saying that Zhou Shenking had just entered the soul-nourishing wood and would definitely need their care for a while. After our master sealed the Yellow Springs Road with us, the talisman he left behind should have fallen into Zhou Yi's hands. At this moment, Mo Duguang suddenly spoke. He was overjoyed that Zhou Shenking had a chance to survive, or even rise to a higher level, and was now thinking about how he could help him. The Five-Element Sect. Hearing this, Chen Mobai and the others exchanged glances, knowing that if the Shenmu sect wanted to rise to a higher level, then they would have to find a way to move away from or take back this #1 sect in the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai, my apprentice is quite skilled in planting spiritual plants. Could you please have her come and look after senior brother Zhou? The Five-Element sect is the next target. Right now, the most important thing is to take care of Zhou Shenking, who is now only a spiritual vessel. Although the soul-nourishing wood is mysterious, it is still a spiritual plant, and it needs to be upgraded in the future to be used to transform into a Dharma body and nascent soul. Therefore, it still needs an excellent spiritual plant caretaker. It must be your niece Zhu who has truly mastered your teachings. She'll be working hard for quite some time now. Although the supernatural power of the all-encompassing spiritual connection was not publicized, Zhu Ming's talent and skills in spiritual plants were already well known to the upper echelons of the Divine Wood sect. However, most people believe that Chen Mobai is more skilled in the field of spiritual plants, and that Zhu Ming's achievements are due to the good teaching he received from his master. Then I'll bring her over later. Senior brother Zhou, don't show your face. Just let her think that you're taking care of a precious spiritual plant. The fewer people who know about the Dharma body and nascent soul, the better. It's not that Chen Mobai doesn't trust Zhu Ming, but she's still a bit naive. If she accidentally leaks it, it might trigger an even bigger war. Even if the 3 major sects of Dongyi knew about the near 5th-tier soul-nourishing wood, they would stop at nothing to seize it. After all, a nascent soul is still a nascent soul, and it can easily crush core formation cultivators. After explaining everything, Chen Mobai went out to take charge of the sect's affairs, and Fu Zhangju accompanied him. After all, this was the most turbulent time for the Shenmu sect, and it was better for the two of them to appear together. Mo Duguang stayed behind to speak with Zhou Shenking, who had transformed into a soul form. Senior brother Zhou used a secret technique to kill the formidable enemy, but he himself was severely injured and needs a long period of seclusion to recuperate. Inside the Divine Wood Temple, Chen Mobai began to speak the words they had previously agreed upon. To outsiders, Zhou Shenking had already failed to achieve nascent soul formation and was doomed to die. But just now, he used the reverse longevity technique to kill 5 core formation cultivators with overwhelming strength, and they were undoubtedly at the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai's words were intended to confuse the opponent about whether Zhou Shenking was dead or alive. After this great battle, it's likely that no core formation cultivator would dare to come to Giant Tree Ridge to investigate the truth. The truth is mixed with falsehood. The point is to make those with ulterior motives towards the Shenmu sect wary. But one thing is certain. The corpses of the 5 core formation cultivators will make the Divine Wood sect a forbidden zone for all high-level cultivators for some time to come. After hearing this, the Golden Wind ancestor of the Dongyi Xuanxiao Dao Palace would probably be even more unwilling to come to the eastern wilderness. In fact, some sect cultivators, led by Chu Zuoshu, had already guessed the truth about Zhou Shenking's death. But on the surface, they had to believe Chen Mobai's words and firmly believe that Zhou Shenking was only seriously injured and in seclusion. At least externally, and among the lower-level qi-refining disciples of the sect, this stance must be upheld. The Divine Wood sect still has 3 core formation ancestors. None of the people present were fools who directly asked Zhou Shenking if he had successfully formed his nascent soul. The sect will operate as usual. Disciples who retreat during the war will have their crimes confirmed by the punishment hall, their cultivation will be sealed, and they will be sent to the 3 northern kingdoms to mine. Those who escape through the teleportation array will be issued arrest warrants, and the punishment hall will send people to hunt them down and kill them without exception. The lands of Yan, Zhao, and Hong, which the Shenmu sect recently conquered, are barren and difficult to cultivate, but they are rich in minerals. Qi-refining cultivators are physically stronger than ordinary people, and with a little training they are excellent at mining. Upon hearing this, Quan Shanlin, the deputy hall master of the punishment hall, exchanged a glance with Fu Zongju and immediately went out to carry out the order, his face contorted with murderous intent. The news that Zhou Shenking had killed 5 core formation cultivators quickly spread throughout the eastern wilderness, astonishing and inspiring awe among all cultivators. Many even believed that Zhou Shenking had successfully formed his nascent soul. When the 5 Elements sect, Returning Heaven Valley, and Snowfall Palace heard the news, their entire sects were shaken. Several core formation cultivators immediately inquired about it, and some even sent people to Giant Wood Ridge to offer their condolences and test the waters. It was still the same 3 familiar faces. Chen Mobai only met Zhu Ting once before sending Yue Zhudao to deal with the other 2. Minger, can you communicate with this spiritual plant? After Chen Mobai finished dealing with the sect's affairs, he took Zhuo Ming to the location of the soul-nourishing wood. The latter nodded and went up to begin trying it. Wait, this spiritual plant is a cold object from the underworld. You take this mirror. Seeing Zhuo Ming's recklessness, Chen Mobai immediately stopped her and placed the 6 Yang Divine Fire mirror in her palm to prevent her from being harmed by the yin energy of the soul-nourishing wood. Yes, master. Zhuo Ming took the mirror, walked over, closed her eyes, and reached out to touch a branch of the soul-nourishing wood. After a short while, she turned pale and let go. If it weren't for the 6 Yang Divine Fire mirror, she would probably have already been invaded by yin energy and suffered from blood and qi deficiency. The quality is too high, and it wasn't planted on the soil veins of Xiaonanshan, so we can't communicate with it for the time being. Zhuo Ming spoke the truth, and Chen Mobai nodded. The outcome was within his expectations. The soil in this potted plant is 5th-grade yellow spring soil. This high-grade spiritual soil is very helpful for your Earth Mother technique cultivation. Come and try to communicate with it when you have time in the future. I will use the lamp burning technique to transfer a wisp of spiritual power into your body to ensure that you will be unharmed when you come into contact with it. Chen Mobai asked Zhuo Ming for help not only because her all-encompassing spiritual affinity divine power could help the soul-nourishing wood advance, but also because 5th-order spiritual soil was extremely rare. Within the divine tree secret realm, only 4th-tier longevity soil can be obtained. Zhuo Ming's cultivation of the Earth Mother technique requires integrating the essence of countless spiritual soils to obtain the mother energy of all things and nurture various spiritual plants in the world. This pot of 5th-grade yellow spring soil was more precious to her than any elixir, medicine, or rare treasure. Thank you, Master. After Chen Mobai transferred pure Yang spiritual energy into Zhuo Ming's body, he also cleansed away all the remaining cold energy in her body, making her round face rosy and her spirits refreshed. Junior brother Chen, would you mind if I taught your disciple a lesson? After Zhu Ming left, Zhou Shenking's phantom emerged from the soul-nourishing wood and asked a question that surprised Chen Mobai. Minger's cultivation method is different from senior brother Zhou's, but I would be very grateful if senior brother were willing to give her some guidance. Regardless, Zhou Shenking is a great cultivator who has reached the nascent soul stage. Even if his teaching level is not as good as Chen Mobai's, his cultivation experience is definitely far superior. It is certainly a good thing that he is willing to teach Zhu Ming. I am unable to move inside the soul-nourishing wood, and the days ahead will surely be lonely. Having a disciple to teach me will at least help pass the time. Chen Mobai nodded and thanked Zhou Shenking. Minger is a little slow and has a lot of questions. Senior brother Zhou, please bear with her in the future. After hearing this, Zhou Shenking waved his hand and said that he would teach one person for the next 100 years, and even if the person was stupid, he could teach them to become a talent like Meng Hong and Chu Zuoshu. He was unaware that this was Chen Mobai's humble remark. After staying for half a month and confirming that Zhou Shenking's soul state had adapted, Mo Duguang also prepared to leave. Chen Mobai and Fu Zhangju personally escorted him to the teleportation array, carrying a potted plant of soul-nourishing wood. At this moment, another piece of good news arrived. It was sent by Yi Yun, the garrison commander of Yan State. He confirmed through his informant that Xuan Shu of the southern Xuan sect had not returned to Bayos Mountain after escaping from Jumu Ridge. In other words, the southern profound sect currently has no core formation cultivators in charge. As we agreed before, we will gradually erode the market share of the southern profound sect. As long as we achieve results there, it will be perfectly legitimate for me to support him as the sect leader after I step down. The message was delivered by Yu Lion, whom Chen Mobai trusted greatly. After giving him a few instructions, Chen Mobai even wrote a letter for him to deliver to Yi Yun. When Xuan Shu escaped, he was severely injured by my longevity true qi. It would be very troublesome to suppress and drive him away with his cultivation level. He should go back to Xuanxiao Dao Palace to ask ancestor Jin Feng for help. After hearing about this, Zhou Shenking gave his thoughts. After using the reverse longevity technique, his strength was so great that he was not afraid of even the Golden Wind ancestor. Although Xuan Shu escaped from his grasp, he still could not get away unscathed. While the longevity true qi was only average in combat, its staying power was long-lasting. Moreover, at that time, it was at the 4th level. Given Xuan Shu's cultivation level, without rare and precious treasures, leaving the eastern wilderness to heal his injuries was the most likely course of action. Let him live a little longer. I'll kill him after my cultivation breaks through. Chen Mobai spoke calmly, which Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhangju both found perfectly reasonable. At the same level, sword cultivators were invincible. Moreover, this is Chen Mobai, a peerless sword genius. Junior nephew Zheng has examined them. Those 3 pills are indeed blood spirit pills. I wonder where a mere rogue cultivator obtained such precious pills. After speaking of Xuan Shu, Fu Zhangju took out the pills that Zhou Shenking had obtained from killing enemies. This blood spirit pill is used by core formation cultivators in the Heavenly River realm to break through bottlenecks. It's essentially an upgraded version of the Great Barrier Breaking pill from the immortal sects. Although Chen Mobai does not advocate taking pills when improving one's cultivation level, he feels that it is still possible to take pills as an aid when breaking through obstacles. Fu Zhangju had been stuck at the peak of the early core formation stage for decades, so the blood spirit pill was perfect for him. Senior brother Fu, you can take them all and don't need to save any for me. Chen Mobai generously gave all 3 blood spirit pills to Fu Zhangju. Although he had the burning lamp technique to neutralize the pill poison, it was better not to take any pills from the Heavenly River realm if possible. Fu Zhang, you didn't stand on ceremony. The Shenmu sect needed him to step up. Whether it was due to pressure or because he had reached a certain level, Fu Zhangju successfully broke through to the mid-stage of core formation after consuming only 1 blood spirit pill. After consolidating his cultivation level, he emerged from seclusion full of vigor and high spirits. "Junior brother Chen, I don't need these 2 blood spirit pills anymore. You can have them." Blood spirit pills are very useful for overcoming bottlenecks from the early to mid stages, but almost useless for those from the mid to late stages. Therefore, after Fu Zhangju broke through, he gave the rest to Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai did not refuse and accepted it first, planning to have Qing Nu help him identify it later. "Sect leader, I have decided to go to Golden Crow, Immortal City." On this day, Chu Zuoshu came to pay his respects and explained his choice. Just like when Chen Mobai formed his corps, Fu Zhangju and Zhou Shenking intended for him to go to Golden Crow, Immortal City, keeping a low profile while also seeing if he could open up a channel for the sect there. "Okay, take these with you. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, go find a rogue cultivator named Huyan Jinglai who has reached the core formation stage. He and I are on good terms." As Fu Zhangju spoke, he took out a token and gave it to Chu Zuoshu. Wasn't it said that the primordial ancestor and the nascent soul ancestor of the sun-bathing sea had a good relationship? Why didn't they pay their respects to him when they went to Golden Crow, Immortal City? After Chu Zuoshu left, Chen Mobai asked with some surprise. "He and Master are friends, but we are not Master, just his disciples, and only at the core formation stage. Besides, it is Zhou Yi who will inherit the mantle of our Master. We have rebelled. We should be lucky if we don't get a scolding from the White Crow ancestor when we go to see him." Zhou Shenking's words made Chen Mobai understand something once again. Only by becoming strong can one be truly strong. End of this chapter. Chapter 534, The Purpose of the Visit, Bonus Chapter 2, for monthly tickets. Chapter 534, The Purpose of the Visit, Bonus Chapter 2, for monthly tickets. Hunyuan Immortal City. Zhou Yi took the invitation brought by Kong Shangsu and looked at it, and couldn't help but show a strange expression. "I've often heard my 2 senior brothers speak of the prosperity of the Immortal City. Now that I've just taken charge of the Divine Wood sect, I'd like to come and see for myself." The post was written by Chen Mobai, who said he would be visiting the 5-Elements sect early next year. What does he mean by that? Although the 5-Elements sect and the Divine Wood sect signed a non-aggression pact, Zhou Yi still vividly remembered the scene of the 2 sides fighting to the death when they separated. Zhou Yi was quite bewildered that Chen Mobai, the most talented person in the history of the Shenmu sect and the newly appointed core formation sect leader, was actually coming to visit the 5-Elements sect. Could it be that Zhou Shenking has truly reached the nascent soul stage and is preparing to reclaim this immortal city, so he sent him here to test the waters first? Upon hearing this, Green Pearl frowned and said with great concern, "Isn't it only natural that our second senior brother has reached the nascent soul stage and is in charge of the Hunyuan Immortal City and even the 5-Elements sect?" Zhou Yi said something without changing his expression, then put down the invitation and signaled Kong Shangsu to go and prepare for the matter. Since Chen Mobai is coming, they certainly won't refuse. Whether it's well-intentioned or malicious, you'll only know once you've met them. Moreover, even if a nascent soul cultivator were to arrive in this primordial immortal city, Zhou Yi was confident that he could retreat with ease. Besides our 5-Elements sect, it seems that sect leader Chen of the Divine Wood sect also intends to visit returning Heaven Valley and Snowfall Palace. After Kong Shangsu left, he mentioned something else. After Zhou Shenking killed 5 core formation cultivators, he, Yi Bagui, and Zhu Ting returned to Giant Tree Ridge. Although they were unable to meet sect leader Chen, the 3 exchanged a few words before leaving and discovered that they had all received the invitation. Is this preparation to rule this eastern wasteland? For some reason, Zhou Yi thought of this, and he stood up with a solemn expression. He wasn't the only one who thought this way. Yan Shayan of Huishan Valley and Kong Lingling of Chuixu Palace shared the same sentiment. Well, Yan Shayan sighed. After hearing that Zhou Shenking had killed 5 core formation cultivators, he felt both encouraged and frustrated. He was encouraged because, apart from Zhou Shenking, he was the closest person in the eastern wilderness to achieving the nascent soul stage. If Zhou Shenking succeeds, then theoretically he could also succeed. But once he had this hope, Yan Shayin recalled his experience 100 years ago when he was forced to submit to the five-element sect's alchemy under the oppression of the primordial ancestor. The only saving grace is that the Shenmu sect did not hold a nascent soul ceremony. This means that Zhou Shenking has most likely failed, or that he did not actually form a nascent soul, and that his plan was merely to lure Xuanxiao Dao Palace and those ghost cultivators into making a move. In any case, the most important thing now is this visiting card. The newly appointed sect leader Chen of the Shenmu sect is coming to visit. Theoretically, the sect leader of Huishan Valley should receive him, but this sect leader Chen is a core formation cultivator. Yan Shayin could only instruct Yi Bagui to make preparations so that he could personally receive Chen Mobai. Master, there is one more thing. When Yi Bagui left, he hesitated before handing Yan Shayin a message talisman that the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce had just sent. The latter took it, glanced at it, his face turned slightly pale, and he sat down in a chair, letting out a long sigh. The note stated that his disciple, He Jintang, had failed to form his core, but thanks to the pills prepared in advance by Yan Shayin, he was safe and sound. The Xingshan Merchant Guild would be transporting a batch of goods to Dongyi territory soon, and He Jintang would be brought along to Tiangu to prepare for their return. In the past, Yan Shayin had ruined several batches of his refining process before finally managing to refine 4 golden liquid jade rejuvenation pills. Of these, the Divine Wood sect took 2, and soon after, news of Chen Mobai's pill formation emerged. Yan Shayin's eldest disciple, He Jintang, had long been at the peak of foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, he was greatly encouraged and did not hesitate any longer. He took the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill and was arranged to go to the Star Heaven Dao sect to secretly form his core. Unfortunately, not everyone is Chen Mobai, and most of the cultivators in Huishan Valley have ascended to their current level by consuming elixirs, resulting in unstable innate foundations. Even with the extraordinary power of the Golden Liquid Jade Rejuvenation Pill, they are powerless against such cultivators. You make the arrangements, and then go to Dongyi to bring Jintang back. Upon hearing this news, Yan Shayin seemed to age 10 years, sighing as he waved for Yi Bagui to leave. Compared to the flourishing of the Divine Wood sect, their returning Heaven Valley, after splitting from the Five Elements sect, made a fortune by monopolizing the high-end alchemy industry in the eastern wilderness. A truly outstanding disciple can even obtain 2 foundation establishment pills at once. This resulted in the largest number of foundation establishment cultivators among the major sects of the eastern wilderness. But not to mention top-tier cultivators like Chen Mobai, there wasn't even a single high-grade one like Hong. He Jintang already has the best foundation among those in Huishan Valley. Even he couldn't take the step of core formation. Thinking about this made Yan Shayin feel exhausted. I really want to abandon Huishan Valley and pursue the nascent soul realm at all costs. With his skills as a 4th-level alchemist, he would never lack spirit stones, no matter where he went. However, this is just wishful thinking. Alchemists need influence the most, since there are many auxiliary materials for high-level pills, and it would be too time-consuming for one person to collect them all. Fubuki Palace is still that ice palace. Thank you for your hard work, Zuding. After hearing about Chen Mobai's upcoming visit, Kong Lingling spoke calmly. After Zhu Ting left, Kong Lingling, Zhu Jinyu, and Lan Lingping discussed it for a while, but faced with Zhou Shenking's magnificent achievement of killing 5 core formation cultivators by himself, they could not think of any reason to refuse. My cultivation has reached a critical moment, and at that time I may still need you to show sect leader Chen around. Kong Lingling said helplessly that her cultivation method was special, and when she broke through, she had to find a place with abundant spiritual energy to freeze her body so that she could not move. Master, don't worry. Zhu Ting is also considered an unofficial disciple of sect leader Chen. We can have her help with the reception on behalf of the sect. We should also be respectful. I don't think sect leader Chen will blame us. This is the only way for now. As Kong Lingling spoke, she remembered something weighing on her mind, and her mood became inexplicably irritable. Chen Mobai was unaware that his visit had made the core formation cultivators of the three major sects in the eastern wilderness nervous. In fact, he had no interest in Huishan Valley or Chuixu Palace. "I just want to go to the Ming Kingdom, where the five element sect's Hunyuan immortal city is located, to investigate the Giyuan sect, where Luo Yixuan last disappeared." However, going only to the five element sect would be too targeted, and could very likely attract the attention of the other two core formation cultivators from the water and fire veins. Therefore, in order to conceal his true purpose, Chen Mobai also included Huishan Valley and Chuixu Palace in his itinerary, treating it as an official visit after he took over the Shenmu sect. The trip is scheduled for next year, partly to give the other three factions and the Divine Wood sect time to prepare, and also because he needs to return to the Immortal sect to handle some matters. Under his guidance, the cabinet is now functioning very well. Yue Zhudao truly lived up to his reputation as a man of great talent, with Meng Hong assisting him and Chen Mobai and others who had reached the core formation stage, as well as Zhou Shenking, who was suspected of reaching the nascent soul stage, all over the place, and the six kingdoms guarding the area working hard. The Shenmu sect was thriving both inside and out. Reassured, Chen Mobai left the formless puppet behind and returned to the immortal sect in his true form. Bonus chapter for monthly pass subscribers, 42-64-2-0000. End of this chapter. Chapter 535, Upgrading the Puppet Factory. Chapter 535, Upgrading the Puppet Factory. "Hey bro, are you free?" After returning to the immortal sect, Chen Mobai first called Ming Yihua. "I am quite busy, but if you, as a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall, ask me for help, I will definitely make time for you first." Hearing Ming Yihua's slightly teasing words, Chen Mobai laughed heartily and then went on to tell his story. When he reached the core formation stage, the Snowfall Palace gifted him a third-tier water mist ice crystal, which could be integrated into the Crimson Cloud mist robe, upgrading it into a third-tier magic weapon. Even before graduating, Ming Yihua was already a third-tier weapon refiner. This Crimson Cloud smoke robe was a famous magical artifact of the Dance Weapon Academy, and he was the most skilled in its crafting. So when Chen Mobai mentioned it, he patted his chest and guaranteed that the upgrade would be completed. "I'll give you an address. You can send the package over there. It should take about 2 weeks." After hanging up the phone, Chen Mobai looked at Ming Yihua's address and found that it was located in a military compound. It seems that his good friend was directly recruited by the Immortal sect after graduation. After sending out all the items, Chen Mobai began to leave the past to fulfill his duties as a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall. In Yumu City, the top leader has always advocated governing by doing nothing. In other words, it makes no difference whether he's there or not, and this approach has been unanimously praised by the local Immortal sect system. He first went to Qing Sang Academy for a stroll. When he was in the mood, he even audited a day's classes, learning about the most essential aspects of silkworm breeding, spiritual mulberry cultivation, and cloth weaving. He gained a more concrete understanding of Qing Sang Academy. The next day, he went to the Immortal Gate Hall of Yumu City, where City Lord Wen Ping and the heads of various departments reported on the various events of the past year. After listening, Chen Mobai had learned about the people's livelihood and economy of Yumu City. This is a blessed city that has developed based on the spiritual wood industry. More than 30% of its fiscal revenue comes from taxes collected on the sale of various kinds of spiritual wood. The remaining industries are all related to spirit wood, such as talismans, furniture, wood products, printing, and bonsai, which together constitute all aspects of the city of Yumu City. Chen Mobai had always been a hands-off manager in the Immortal sect, letting Wen Ping handle various political affairs in the usual way before starting to browse the city's talisman paper industry. Because of the abundance of spirit wood resources, there are 3 famous talisman paper factories in Yumu City, all of which are large factories with complete first to third-tier talisman paper production systems. Chen Mobai's first stop was to visit these three companies. After he forms his core, as long as he studies diligently, his talisman-making skills will naturally rise to the third rank. Although the Flying Talisman factory in Danxia City has invested heavily over the past 10 years, and with the help of the Yan family's technology, it can now reproduce third-tier Bixia talisman paper and Flying Rainbow talisman ink. The quality can only be described as barely acceptable. After visiting the three factories in Yumu City, Chen Mobai realized the huge gap between his factory and theirs. Counselor Chen, this is a fourth-tier Spirit Elm talisman paper that our three families jointly crafted. I heard that you are also an excellent talisman maker. Take one as a souvenir. A beautifully packaged, palm-sized, pale yellow talisman was handed to Chen Mobai. This is a talisman paper representing the pinnacle of Yumu City's technology. However, it requires an excessive amount of spiritual wood resources and can only be refined with an official order from the immortal sects and after obtaining permission. The last time Yumu City produced a large-scale fourth-order talisman paper was when the Talisman Makers Association needed to restore an ancient talisman and required a large amount of Spirit Elm talisman paper. Master Yu issued a unified order to the Yumu City Immortal Sect system, and only then were the three families allowed to produce it. As a counselor of Kaiyuan Hall and the current head of Yumu City, Chen Mobai also has this right. However, fourth-tier talismans were still a bit too advanced for him. So after getting a general understanding of how Lingyu talisman paper is made, he began to discuss with the technicians of the three talisman paper factories about making high-level talisman paper using puppet factories. After nearly 20 years of operation, most of Chen Mobai's puppet factory on the wasteland between Danxia City and Yumu City has become old and obsolete. After all, due to insufficient merit at the time, all the puppets were made of the simplest Crimson Sun spirit wood in order to save money. Even though Chen Mobai himself is a top-notch puppeteer, after years of maintenance and repair and continuous use, he has reached his limit. However, this puppet factory allowed Chen Mobai to complete the most basic capital accumulation in both realms. The talismans he produced allowed his Zion Ancient shop to spread across half of the eastern wilderness, and on the immortal sects side, it also allowed him to accumulate more than 100 million merits in his account. With these resources, plus his current identity, he can prepare to rebuild a more sophisticated puppet factory. According to Chen Mobai's plan, in addition to being able to make first-tier talisman paper, he also wanted to be able to make second-tier and even third-tier talisman paper. However, in the immortal sect, most of the talismans of the second rank and above are still made by hand by cultivators, while a small portion with high demand can be made by machinery and automation. As for the third-tier talismans, the immortal sects only have a handful of 2 or 3 types that can be mass-produced. Chen Mobai discussed with the chief engineers of the 3 talisman factories, gradually perfecting the blueprints for his puppet factory. During this time, he also made several phone calls with his teacher, Qi Yucheng, to discuss the details of the puppet upgrade. After reaching the core formation stage, Chen Mobai's network of connections was incomparable to that of his foundation establishment stage. A third-tier heavenly calculation bead. After receiving Chen Mobai's call, Fu Borong, the director of the Bushan Dao Academy, felt somewhat embarrassed, but considering that Chen Mobai was a potential nascent soul cultivator and likely to become one of the top figures in the immortal sects in the future, he agreed to use his influence to help Chen Mobai. The third-tier heavenly calculation beads can only be made to order in the immortal sect. Due to their wide range of uses, the waiting list is basically several decades long. Moreover, while there may be a queue, whether the Bushan Dao Academy will accept the orders is another matter entirely. Chen Mobai had enough face. After Fu Borong spoke to him, the head of the mathematics department at Bushan Dao Academy reluctantly accepted the order. Once the order is accepted, it means that the production of the third-order heavenly abacus beads has begun. After paying a deposit of 10 million merits to secure this crucial element, Chen Mobai began recruiting people. The puppet making was still entrusted to Chai Lun, but this time he wouldn't have to pay for it up front. Chen Mobai directly used his influence to allow him to freely choose and use various spirit wood resources from Yumu City. Originally, we wanted to use metal, but since the third-tier abacus beads took up nearly half of the total budget, we could only use cheap wood for the rest. The main reason is that Chen Mobai, as the head of Yumu City, can buy spirit wood at almost cost price. He can also mix in some second-tier Qingyang spirit wood synthesized using the Jiamu technique from the Divine Tree Secret Realm. Compared with these advantages, the expensive spirit materials and metals are naturally eliminated. However, this time the funds are much more abundant than when he was in the foundation establishment stage, and as a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall, Chen Mobai can borrow the maximum amount from the Immortal Gate Bank. Yuki City Bank stated that all available funds could be lent out, amounting to approximately 80 million in good deeds. With ample merit and confidence, Chen Mobai began to contact the other two members of his original team who created the Wuxiang puppets. He plans to use biomimetic materials for the key joints and other moving parts of the puppet, while continuing to use spirit wood for the other less important parts. This will greatly extend the puppet's lifespan. With proper maintenance, it should last for 50 or 60 years. No problem, just send me the drawings and I'll arrange it for you right away. Wenren Zhuwei thought Chen Mobai had something important to discuss with her, so she deliberately interrupted her tea time. I've also managed to revive the enlightenment white tea plant you gave me, and it's already drinking second-tier tea leaves. Since he had already made the call, Chen Mobai also took the opportunity to build a relationship with Wenren Zhuwei, since she had mastered the everlasting spring skill and was destined to reach the nascent soul stage. How is it? It tastes good, right? When the topic of tea came up, Wenren Zhuwei, who had been nonchalant, suddenly became interested and began to carefully inquire about Chen Mobai's various experiences and observations during the process of planting tea trees. Fortunately, Chen Mobai was also very concerned about the survival of the enlightenment white tea and often asked Zhuo Ming about it. Although he did not know as much as Zhuo Ming, who had personally cultivated the spiritual plant, he had personally inquired about the entire process of the tea tree being planted, taking root, and then upgrading to the second stage. He had no problem communicating with Wenren Zhuwei. In fact, because he shared some of the most authentic experiences of the tea trees obtained from Zhuo Ming's all things spiritual connection, he actually stunned Wenren Zhuwei. She hadn't noticed these details when she was cultivating and transplanting the tea seedlings. It turns out that the timing of dripping spiritual water into the tea seedlings brings a sense of joy. If you dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to spiritual plants, your achievements will be no less than those of your swordsmanship. Wenren Zhuwei said with some admiration. She thought that Chen Mobai had cultivated the tea seeds himself to survive and advance. Although she had long known that he was exceptionally talented and capable of anything he set his mind to, Wenren Zhuwei felt a sense of awe and reverence for the first time after being outshone in her area of expertise, spiritual plant tea. She used to be inferior to Chen Mobai because she couldn't beat him. This time, it's in her most confident area. Oh no, it just happened to survive. Chen Mobai dared not continue the conversation. This tea variety has only been cultivated to the second level. There's nothing more to say if we continue. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he said that he still had some machine orders to discuss and hung up. Chen Mobai naturally went to Tiangong Machinery Factory again for the assembly line production of talisman paper and ink. Zhou Tiangong, like Wenren Zhuwei, only charged him the cost price. He also personally helped him complete the design and debugging of the machine, and even took into account everything such as the docking with the puppet, the inclusion of the heavenly calculation beads, and the upgrading of the factory layout. After arranging everything in the four major areas, core chips, raw material supply, machinery and equipment, and puppet production, Chen Mobai finally had time to meet with his good friend. Your cultivation has progressed quite quickly. You've already reached the 6th level of foundation establishment. Chen Mobai and Yan Bingshuan walked in the shade of the trees, breathing in the fresh forest air, chatting and laughing. Compared to you, I seem a bit clumsy. Yan Bingshuan smiled faintly at Chen Mobai, a rare occurrence. Because Chen Mobai needs to apply to the Kaiyuan Hall to leave Yumu City, only Yan Bingshuan can come here each year. She studies the Ice Soul Divine Light in the Bushan Dao Academy, and when she gets stuck in her studies, she comes here to relax. Chen Mobai also enjoyed the time he spent talking with her. Since he achieved the core formation, she was the only one among his high school classmates who still kept in regular contact with him. The others, probably because of their higher status, consciously stopped associating with him. Yan Bingshuan stayed in Yumu City for 3 days. Chen Mobai treated her to rice patty fish brought from Zionan Mountain, which was the most carefree period she had experienced after forming her core. I'll be going now, see you next year. After hearing Yan Bingshuan's words, Chen Mobai reluctantly saw her off onto the plain. Spending time with Yan Bingshuan made him feel more comfortable and relaxed than ever before. Being with her, my mind is completely at ease, and I don't need to worry about anything. However, such a life can also wear down one's fighting spirit. Chen Mobai is essentially a very ambitious person. After seeing Yan Bingshuan off, he was about to call Qingnu to invite her to visit Yumu City when a call came in that made him frown. Blue ocean sky. Seeing the incoming call notification on the screen, Chen Mobai really wanted to hang up immediately. But thinking of what he had said when they were in Wangu Cave, and that Qingnu was still in his sky-mending group, he hesitated for a long time before answering the call. Lan Haitian, I thought you wouldn't answer. Chen Mobai, what is it? Lan Haitian, good news and bad news, which do you want to hear first? Chen Mobai, good news. First, hear the good news. It will bring you a period of good mood. Lan Haitian, I'll be arriving in Yumu City soon. You should be very happy to see me. Chen Mobai, I don't think this is good news. Lan Haitian, I'm leading a team on this mission, and one of the team members brought your good friend along. You'll be able to see her soon, isn't that great news? Qingnu, what do you mean by this? After realizing this, Chen Mobai's eyes narrowed sharply and his tone turned cold. Lan Haitian, it's just because of that old case from years ago which has recently made decisive progress. A key figure is involved, so I brought her along as well. Don't misunderstand, it wasn't specifically because of you that I sent her on this mission. After hearing Lan Haitian's explanation, Chen Mobai frowned even more. That old case from years ago involved 2 golden core cultivators from Danxia City. Chen Mobai, what's the progress? Lan Haitian, this can't be said over the phone, and I can only tell you after you agree to participate. Chen Mobai didn't say anything more. He had already guessed what the bad news was, so he simply hung up the phone. At this moment, his only consolation was that he had sent Yan Bingshuan away ahead of time. Chen Mobai was deep in thought in his courtyard. The old case from years ago was related to Qingnu, and Lan Haitian had mentioned it to him when they were in Wangu Cave. The worst-case scenario is that the immortal sect has already identified the crimson-robed true man Yu Tianguang as a suspect, and the heaven-mending group's collective mobilization this time may be aimed at arresting him. So how can we avoid this situation? Just as Chen Mobai was pondering, his phone suddenly received an email. Dear Counselor Chen Mobai, the Immortal Gates Heaven Mending Group has a mission to carry out in your jurisdiction. We kindly request your assistance if it is convenient for you. The email was sent by the Kaiyuan Hall Committee. End of this chapter. Chapter 536, Reunion with Qingnu. Chapter 536, Reunion with Qingnu. The Kaiyuan Hall Committee is the highest authority of the Immortal Sect. The nascent soul cultivators of the Immortal Sect are all members of the committee. However, since these big shots don't really manage things, the committee is currently chaired by Yi Yun, the Deputy Hall Master of Kaiyuan Hall. When Chen Mobai saw the email, he knew he couldn't escape this situation. Wang Shui of the Wuki Dao Academy is also one of the rotating committee members. The fact that this email was sent means that the Dance Weapon Academy must already know about this matter. Under these circumstances, It is likely that the red-robed immortal Yu Tianguang has been abandoned by the Taoist Academy. As the Golden Core cultivator closest to Danxia City, Chen Mobai has an obligation to assist the Heaven Mending Group in completing its mission. This is such a hassle. Chen Mobai frowned and called Qi Yucheng, but the latter only told him to abide by the laws of the immortal sect, do what he was supposed to do, and not to act impulsively before hanging up in a hurry. That evening, a knock sounded at Chen Mobai's door. The door opened, and someone he didn't want to see walked in. Lan Haitian, long time no see. You should have received the message from above by now, right? Chen Mobai, are you alone? As he spoke, Chen Mobai looked around at the void. Due to the privacy rights of the immortal sect, he could not use the void insight eye at will. Lan Haitian, Lin Yin is arranging the next steps, and since we two Golden Core cultivators are meeting, her presence wouldn't be of any use. Chen Mobai, you have one more piece of bad news you haven't told me. Lan Haitian, an important witness has confessed, identifying the crimson-robed true man Yu Tianguang as one of the high-ranking members of the Ascension sect. Just as I expected. Hearing this, Chen Mobai frowned even more. To be fair, Yu Tianguang treated him very well. If it weren't for Yu Tianguang's intervention, he might not have been able to enter the Dance Weapon Academy. Furthermore, he later used the burning lamp technique to help him transform the 5-element skill into a pure Yang scroll. All of this was an act of kindness. Now, due to the orders of the immortal sect, he was forced to confront Yu Tianguang with weapons, which made him feel quite uneasy. Chen Mobai, what should I do? Lan Haitian, together, deliver the arrest warrant to Yu Tianguang. Chen Mobai, is that all? Lan Haitian, if Yu Tianguang dares to resist, it will be necessary for you and me to join forces to suppress him. Chen Mobai, my mere Golden Core level 1 cultivation is probably going to hold you back. Lan Haitian, you're being too modest. With the purple lightning sword in hand, I doubt many Golden Core cultivators in the entire immortal sect would dare to face you head-on. Chen Mobai, the purple lightning sword is too high-grade. I can't fully control it yet. Although he couldn't disobey the orders of the higher-ups in the immortal sect, Chen Mobai was indeed a newly formed core cultivator. It was normal that he was no match for Yu Tianguang, a veteran Golden Core cultivator. Lan Haitian, then you can assist me from the side. When he said this, Lan Haitian looked very confident. Since the immortal sect sent him here, they obviously had absolute confidence in him. Chen Mobai nodded and didn't say anything more. Lan Haitian, I'll let you know when the operation begins. After saying that, Lan Haitian turned to leave. Chen Mobai, where is Qing Nu? Finally, Chen Mobai couldn't help but ask. Lan Haitian, if you want to see the witness, I can give her a day off tomorrow. Upon hearing this, a flash of inspiration struck Chen Mobai, and he felt as if he had vaguely grasped something. Although Qing Nu was involved in many secret matters, she had a direct connection with the Ascension sect, and there were very few people she was willing to meet. Since Kong Feiken and Yang Jing wouldn't appear on Earth Origin Star, Chen Mobai carefully recalled the life story of Qing Nu in his mind, and quickly thought of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Chen Mobai, that witness is Gu Changfeng. After hearing this, Lan Haitian smiled slightly, but did not give a direct answer and simply turned and left. At that time, Lan Haitian personally came to Danxia City to handle Gu Changfeng's case. That was also the time when Chen Mobai took the college entrance exam, and by chance, he was also drawn into it. Because Gu Changfeng was the first Foundation establishment cultivator he had ever seen arrested by the Immortal Sects organization, and because he was related to Qing Nu, Chen Mobai had a deep impression of him. After Lan Haitian left, Chen Mobai picked up his phone. After hesitating for a long time, he was still worried about Qing Nu and called her. The call didn't connect at first, but Qing Nu called back 2 minutes later. Qing Nu, sorry, the location was a bit sensitive. I couldn't answer the phone then, I'm coming out now. Chen Mobai, yes, Lan Haitian said you came with him. I'm in Yumu City. If you encounter anything life-threatening, be sure to tell me immediately. Chen Mobai doesn't have many friends, but he's willing to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to helping Kingnu. Kingnu, thank you. When Kingnu said this, her voice was already choked with emotion. After exchanging a few more words, the two agreed to meet again the next day. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mobai had no interest in meditating, so he simply used a high-grade spirit stone to cultivate the pure Yang Dharma body, thus passing the time for the entire night. Before dawn, Chen Mobai left his courtyard and headed towards the place the two had agreed upon. This is the location of a base of the Law Enforcement Department, and the Patching Sky Group has requisitioned 2 floors of it. Kingnu was not supposed to go out alone, but because of Chen Mobai, Lan Haitian gave her a day off. Haven't seen you for a long time. When Kingnu came out, she saw Chen Mobai at the door and greeted him with her brightest smile. It hasn't been that long, has it? As Chen Mobai spoke, he looked up and saw Lan Haitian smiling and waving at him from the window on the top floor of the building. Let's go. Kingnu took the initiative to hold Chen Mobai's hand. He was a little surprised, but he did not refuse and let her lead him away from there. In Lan Haitian's office, a short-haired woman wearing a white shirt and green suit sat upright to the side. She could see Chen Mobai below, but Chen Mobai could not see her. Is it him? The short-haired woman had light gray-brown eyes. She looked at Chen Mobai's back with great interest. Yes, Vice Minister Gongsun seems to care about him a lot. Upon hearing Lan Haitian's words, the short-haired woman withdrew her gaze, fiddling with a toothpick in her hand, her eyes deep and unfathomable. Chen Mobai led Kingnu to a shady path. He and Yan Bingxuan had been here before. The scenery was very beautiful, and at the end of the path was the Jeddah courtyard, where the most famous 4th-tier elm tree in Yumu City was located. To ensure the success of this mission, in addition to the Heaven Mending Group, the Immortal sect also sent a top-tier golden core cultivator from the enforcement department. As they walked, Kingnu spoke of confidential matters. This should be kept secret, you don't need to tell me. Chen Mobai was a little worried about Kingnu and took the initiative to tell her to talk less. As Deputy Chief Lan said, you are one of the people in charge of this operation, and I can reveal these things to you. Chen Mobai nodded at Kingnu's words. Since she had said that, he asked the question that had been bothering him. Which official from the Law Enforcement Department is it? As the most powerful institution in the Immortal sect's righteous law hall for maintaining internal discipline, the Enforcement Department, despite its large size and uneven quality of personnel, has far more experts than the Heaven Mending Group, and its head is a nascent soul cultivator of the Immortal sect. I am not of high enough status to have met that expert from the Enforcement Department. However, when I was being protected to see my teacher yesterday, I sensed a powerful sword aura similar to yours. He must be a sword cultivator. A sword cultivator. There happened to be a top sword master from the Immortal sect in the Hall of Righteous Law. Chen Mobai recalled for a moment and had a vague idea of who it was. It should be Gongsun Jilu, one of the 4 great sword cultivators of the Immortal sect. She also happens to hold the position of Deputy Minister of the Law Enforcement Department. This person comes from Kunpeng Dao Academy and is said to have mastered a portion of the 6 imperial scriptures, which he has integrated into his own swordsmanship. His reputation is no less than that of Nangong Xuanyu. So that's why Lan Haitian is so confident. It turns out she's in charge. As Chen Mobai thought this, he suddenly felt a sense of relaxation. With Gongsun Jilu involved, it means it doesn't matter whether he makes a move or not. Yu Tianguang definitely can't escape. So the reason he was involved might be that the Dance Weapon Academy wanted to clear itself of suspicion. After all, the fact that the Golden Core cultivator of the Wuki Dao Academy was actually a member of a cult is a huge blow to any Dao Academy in terms of public opinion. If Chen Mobai, as the representative of the Dance Weapon Academy, were to step in and assist, he would at least have the reputation of upholding justice even at the cost of family ties, and with some public relations efforts, he could salvage some of his reputation. Chen Mobai, is Gu Changfeng imprisoned in Yumu City? Kingnu? Yes, he was serving his sentence by chopping wood in a dark forest. It was he who suddenly testified against the Crimson Robe Immortal, which is why the immortal sects have made such a big fuss. For nearly a century, no member of the Kaiyuan Hall Council has been removed from office. If Yu Tianguang is arrested this time, the shock to the immortal sect will definitely have a far-reaching impact. At the very least, the Dance Weapon Academy will be attacked, and Wang Shui and others within the system will have a very difficult time. Chen Mobai, why confess now of all times? Why not confess earlier or later? If it were a few years earlier, before Chen Mobai had formed his corps, even if he had just been conscripted in Dangxia City, he wouldn't be in such an awkward situation now. Although taking action was a noble act of sacrificing family for the sake of the academy, I felt guilty. But not taking action is even worse, or we might end up being labeled as cult members. Qing knew, because the aftereffects of his cultivation of the devouring god technique have flared up. With his foundation establishment realm, he is unable to control his ever-increasing divine consciousness, and he may not have much time left to live. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's face showed a look of sudden realization. Gu Changfeng was arrested by Lan Haitian because of his forbidden techniques. Qing Nu, his former disciple, was protected by Ju Mang Dao Academy because she possessed a heavenly spiritual root and showed no signs of having practiced forbidden arts. Just focus on cultivating normal techniques. Why bother with forbidden arts? Improving your spiritual sense isn't that difficult. As Chen Mobai spoke, he began to feel a little guilty. If it weren't for Meng Huanger's profound sound technique, he probably wouldn't have even reached the 7th level of foundation establishment by now. But you still have to say those things to maintain appearances and preserve your image as a genius. My teacher is just an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. He has passed the limit of the physical body's peak and has no way or seniority to obtain core formation elixirs. The only way for him to break through is through forbidden techniques. King Nu, however, understood Gu Changfeng somewhat. After all, the latter had taken care of her for many years and taught her alchemy, which allowed her to befriend Chen Mobai, the chosen one, when she was in poverty. Because of the existence of chi-replenishing spiritual water, compared to these geniuses who cannot feel the bottleneck, more than 99% of the foundation establishment cultivators in the immortal sect die with regrets before reaching the bottleneck. How did he identify Yu Tianguang? Chen Mobai asked again. This concerns the Dance Weapon Academy. His testimony alone as a criminal is far from sufficient to convict Yu Tianguang. I don't know about that. The interrogation was conducted by another department of the Hall of Righteous Law. However, judging from the importance that the Patching Heaven Group and the Enforcement Department attached to it, they must have found decisive evidence through his testimony. Hearing this, Chen Mobai could only sigh. The order to arrest Yu Tianguang has been issued. If he wants to think about the Dao Academy, he'd better perform well in the upcoming operation. With his mind heavy with worries, Chen Mobai led King Nu to the end of the tree-lined path. This is Jedayuan. Before the towering elm tree of the 4th level, King Nu clasped her hands together, holding a wooden plaque, and closed her eyes as if making a wish. As Chen Mobai looked at her, wondering if he should also buy one to wish his family good health and peace, a strange spiritual fluctuation caught his attention. He looked up in the direction from which the inspiration came, and saw a middle-aged man with a refined face and gentle eyes standing opposite the elm tree, looking at King Nu, who was making a wish with a doting expression. Chen Mobai frowned slightly and arrived beside him in an instant. Hurled. As Chen Mobai approached, he discovered that the middle-aged man who should have been there had vanished. His gaze had never left her. Just as Chen Mobai was about to use his spiritual eye technique, Qing Nu opened her eyes and happily hung the wooden plaque in her hand on a branch of elm wood with a red rope. Chen Mobai saw that the wooden sign had 4 names written on it: Qing Nu, Kong Feiken, Yang Jing, and his name. How did you get there? King Nu saw that Chen Mobai, who should have been behind her, was actually opposite her, and asked curiously. You look beautiful when you pray. I see it most clearly from here. Chen Mobai said with a smile, which made King Nu blush and turn her face away, not daring to meet his gaze. "Let's go, it's about time." By this time it was getting dark, and before they knew it, the two had been out and about all day. As Chen Mobai left with Kingnu, he couldn't help but look back at the peculiar courtyard, his doubts growing ever deeper. "I only have a minimum goal to play today. I have a medical checkup appointment at the hospital tomorrow, so I won't stay up late." End of this chapter.